So people, let's continue wherever we were yesterday. So yesterday we were discussing regarding dispersion and we were at the last part of dispersion, correct? We were almost at the end. Now, few things regarding dispersion I want to ask. How many measures of dispersion were there? Two measures. Which were the two measures? Absolute, relative. Then in absolute there were what? Range, then mean deviation, quartile deviation, then one more thing we will study today, that is standard deviation. Then what was there in relative measure? Coefficient of range, coefficient of mean deviation, coefficient of quartile deviation, coefficient of standard deviation is called by another name, coefficient of variation. Even if you call it that way, it's completely fine. Now, yesterday we were finally discussing about quartile deviation. Quartile deviation was what? That was Q3 minus Q1 divided by 2. I hope you guys are remembering this. Correct? Q3 minus Q1 divided by 2. And from that we were also studying something else called as coefficient of quartile deviation. What was that? Q3 minus Q1 divided by Q3 plus Q1 into what, people? 100. And there was another formula for that. What was it? QD divided by median into 100. Likewise, we were having this much formula from this particular part. Now we are continuing with that. You should tell me the answer for this. If the mean is 5, standard deviation is 2.6, median is 5, quartile deviation is 1.5, then the coefficient of quartile deviation is how much is the question. So first of all, what is coefficient of quartile deviation? That is nothing but quartile deviation divided by median into 100, because quartile deviation is given, median is given. Directly substitute, you are getting the answer. How much is it, people? Can I say that there is nothing but 1.5 divided by 5 into 100? How much is it, people? That is nothing but 0.3 into 100, that is 30%. Which option is the answer? Options. Direct question or indirect question? Direct question. But you should know the basic content. Otherwise, it is a very indirect question and it is very difficult for us to get the answer. Then, another question for everyone. What is the value of median? We know that median is nothing but Q3 plus Q1 divided by 2. That is the value of median. Everyone knows that. Now, what are things are given? Quartile first is given or Q1 is given. How much is it? Rakshana? 142. Correct? 142 is Q1. Then they have given semi-interquartile range. Semi-interquartile range is the another name of what? Quartile deviation. Yesterday I told you that. So can I say that QD is given to be 18, that is 18. So QD is what? Q3 minus Q1 divided by 2, which is equal to how much, people? 18. Now take your calculator, get me the value of Q3, get me the value. Yes, that is nothing but instead of Q3, we need to find Q3. So instead of Q1, we will put what? 142, which is equal to cross multiply. It will become 18 into 3. Sorry, 18 into 2, 36. From that, Q3 is how much, people? 142 plus 36. How much is it? 178. Everyone got it as 178. Then Q1 is how much? 142. Q3 is how much? 178. We need to find median. That is Q3 plus Q1 divided by 2. Q3 is how much over here? 178. We found that. Q1 is how much over here? 142 divided by how much, people? Divided by 2. How much is the answer for that? 178 plus 142 divided by 2, which is equal to 160. That's your answer. Done now. So, if you remember the first day of class, I told you something. If we are finding something, we need to know 3 what. What are we finding? What do we know about it? Then the third one is what? How to find. I mean, what all things are given based on that. Now people look here. They are asking for median. I mean, we need to think about median. What do you know about median? We know median is the middle value. But here quartile one is given. So, I know median can be found as what? Q3 plus Q1 divided by 2. That way I can do, right? So, I require this Q1 value. For that, they have given what? Quartile deviation. From that, I found the value of quartile deviation, I mean Q1, Q3 was already there, then sorry, Q3, Q1 was already there, then substitute the value, you are getting the answer. Purinjida, Pakka, Nivashini got it, Abhinaya got it, Nishan, you got it, then, yes, Kish, oh, Logesh, all of a sudden I forgot your name, yes, Amrit, done, done, online, Merlin, Ganesh, Ismail, Abdul, Samyukta, everyone, please confirm. Dev. Where? Here. Class was getting over, I guess. Suraj Sir's class. CS executive. I think they cut the cake. Yeah. Now, there was some program here because of some Guru Puja or something like that. Yeah. I'm hearing about that for the first time in my life. Today I heard about it. Now, this question. Try. Get me the answer. For the given set of normally distributed data, for the following statistical data is known. Mean is 6, standard deviation is 2.6, median is 5, then Q deviation. What do you mean by Q deviation? Quartile deviation. QD is equal to how much, people? 1.5. Find the coefficient of quartile, then the coefficient of quartile deviation is how much? Same question, but they give it more structured. Okay, so how to find? We know that coefficient of quartile deviation is how much, people? That is quartile deviation divided by median into 100 whenever median is given. Now here, how much is the median as per the question? 5. Put the value, same question, 1.5 divided by 5 into 100. How much is it, people? 30. Which option? Okay. That. Now yesterday, I think I told you, whenever extreme values are involved, which is the best measure of deviation? Then I didn't tell you. So range is what? Largest minus smallest. Okay. Now I am going to give you some theory content from our quartile deviation. Okay. We are going to finish with that part. The theory part is, first one is, whenever I am drawing a number line, if you are thinking I am drawing a number line, okay, think about it. Number line in the sense 1, 2, 3, 4 or whatever values can be there. It can be there in the number line. Now people, Q1 is somewhere over here. I told you Q1, Q2 and Q3, it will divide it into how many parts? 3 or 4 parts, the 4 parts. So Q1 will be there, Q2 will be there, Q3 will be there. Likewise, Q1 is there, Q2 is there, Q3 is there, etc. It is there. Then people, in quartile deviation, we are only concerned about this middle 50%. We are not bothered about this what? First to 25% I am not bothered. Similarly, next to 25% I am not bothered. I am only bothered about this 25% and this 25% of the data. So people, think about it. Is quartile deviation affected by extreme values? No. If some extreme value is there, 1, 2, 3, then our value is 50, 60, 70, 80, then 1000, 2000, 3000 is there. Are we going to change our values? No. We are only concerned about what, people? Middle 50% of the values. Now people, quartile deviation can also be written as QD, can also be said that it is the range of middle 50% of values. Make a note, very important. So what is quartile deviation, people? It is the range of what? Middle 50% of the value. That is the direct wording regarding what, people? Quartile deviation. Very direct to remember. I hope you guys are understanding this. Pakka. Then another theory question. Is range affected by middle, extreme values? Yes. What if the highest value is at one extreme? It is affected. Mean deviation? Yes, because all the values are assumed. Then standard deviation also? Yes, because we will be taking all the values over there. But who is not affected by extreme values? Because in our quartile deviation, we are not. Why? Because our extreme values are not concerned. Then people, one question for all. It measures the spread of middle half of the data. So they will be asking, who measures the spread of middle half of the data? Quartile deviation. So another keyword. Okay. Then one more keyword, people. It is used for open-ended classification. Open-ended classification means we don't know who are the extreme values. Whenever we don't know the extreme values, which is the best to measure people? Quartile deviation. So, few theory question for all. First one, quartile deviation is also called as what? You can call it as range of middle 50% or in yesterday's class, semi-interquartile range. Everyone remembers that. Then it can also be called what? It is best for middle 50% of the data. Are we affected by extreme values? No. It is the best for open-ended classification. All these are keywords and previous year question. If you don't know this, maybe you will miss out a potential 1 mark. Why 1 mark? Only 1 mark questions are there. We don't have more than that. So you can miss out 1 mark because of this issue. Okay. I hope everyone is clear. Is quartile deviation affected by origin? No. Except measures of central tendency, none of them are affected by origin. Then, is quartile deviation affected by scale? Yes, it will be. Is standard deviation affected by origin? No. Is affected by scale? Yes. Is range affected by origin? No. Is it affected by scale? Yes. Is mean deviation affected by origin? No. Is it affected by scale? Yes. Okay. These all are previous year questions. It can come left, right, center in one way or other way. Okay. Now people, I want you to answer this question. Tell me. Formula for range of middle 50% of the data. People, what is middle 50% of the data? First of all, range of middle 50% of the data is called as quartile deviation. Now, what is the formula for quartile deviation? Q3 minus Q1 divided by which option? D. Understood? Purinjada? Everyone got it? If you did not also, please tell me right now. You will be able to get it. Done? Pakka? Nishan? Clear? Ingerika? Yes. Takshana? Yes, Nivashni, Abhinaya? Then Angel got it? Yes. Getsi got it? Dev? Then Amrit? Lokesh? Everyone? Pakka online? Ganesh, Merlin, Ismail, Abdul, Samyukta, everyone? If so, we are going for the next question. It's a tricky question. Get me the answer. Timer starts now. Interquartile ranges dash of quartile deviation. Correct. Many people will go and mark half because of the formula. So people, first of all, what is quartile deviation? QD is nothing but Q3 minus Q1 divided by what people? 2. Now we know that this Q3 minus Q1 is what people? Interquartile range. We studied yesterday. So quartile deviation is nothing but, can I write it as interquartile range divided by 2? Yes. Then if I cross multiply this 2, what will happen? 2QD is equal to what? Interquartile range. Now from this, what will I call people? Can I say that interquartile range is double of quartile deviation? Yes. Okay. So don't make that mistake. It is a tricky question where you will confidently mark the wrong answer. Okay. Read it. Whenever you are finding it little difficult, write the formula. Don't make the silly mistakes. Okay. So that is your quartile deviation. Done. Okay. Now we are going for the final dispersion measure. That is called by the name standard deviation. There is a combined standard deviation topic that right now I will not be discussing. That we will be discussing after our Sunday test. Because by that time you will have at least knowledge of all the content together. Then we will learn that. So that time it will be easy for me to teach and you to receive also. I know too much content is already there. Now coming over here, standard deviation. Is it an absolute measure or a relative measure? Absolute or relative? Absolute measure. Then what is the relative measure of standard deviation? Coefficient of variation or coefficient of standard deviation. First of all, I will tell you what is standard deviation. Then I will say like this. Standard deviation is the deviation from the central value. That only you told for quartile deviation, that only you told for mean deviation. Yes, that is the case. But quartile deviation is like it is the range of middle 50%. But mean deviation and all, I told the same thing. Basically, standard deviation is also what? Deviation from the central value. Now, standard deviation has two formulas for ungrouped data. We need to know two formulas for both. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us. That formula is given like this, people. That is standard deviation is equal to root of summation of x minus x bar the whole square divided by what, people? N. This is one formula. This sigma x minus x bar the whole square is called as, it is the sum of the squares of what, people? Squares of the deviation. That you should know. Sometimes they will give that in the question. Okay. What is the sigma x minus x bar the whole square? Sum of the squares of the deviation is called as what, people? X sigma x minus x bar the whole square. Sometimes they will give that. I mean, directly they will give. We need to directly find standard deviation from that. That is one equation. Then we have one more equation that is written over here. I think, where it went? Yeah, that is written over here. We have that particular thing and all. We can use it. That is written over here. We will use that later. Now we will use or solve some question using this particular content. Okay. I'll randomly give me some number. 5. 10. I heard you. 15. Yeah, 20, right, Rakshana? Yeah, 25, correct. Perfect. Done. No more. I asked. Now, people, we are going to find the standard deviation. Standard deviation formula, everyone knows what is standard deviation formula? Summation of x minus x bar the whole square divided by n. Now, how many terms are there? N is equal to how much over here, people? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. N is equal to 5. Everyone got it as 5. Any other answer for anyone? No. N is equal to 5. Then, how to find this x bar? Everyone take your calculator. Find me that x bar value. How much is x bar, people? 5 plus 25 divided by 2, or you will do what? 5 plus 10 plus 15 plus 20 plus 25 divided by 5. How much is it? 15. X bar is equal to 15. Which formula? Sigma x divided by n. Now take your calculator. Clear the memory. Click MRC button and clear the memory. Then what we are going to do is, first step, summation of x minus x bar. That means, who is the first x value? 5. Take your calculator. 5 minus x bar value is how much? 15. Then square is there, right? How to take the square? Into equal to. Do that. 5 minus 15 into equal to. You got 100. Save it in the memory. M plus. Then what next value? 10 minus 15 into equal to m plus. Next value is whom, people? 15 minus 15 is what? 0. You can ignore it. Then 20 minus 15 into equal to what? M plus. Finally 25 minus 15 into equal to what? M plus. Then finally, how can I take the sum of everyone? Which button I should click? MRC button. Then what, people? Divide it with n. How much is n over here? 5. How much is the answer? You are getting standard deviation is equal to 50. But are they? No. You are telling that this entire value inside the root is equal to 50. Okay. Then standard deviation is what? After clicking that, you should click root. I mean, once you get 50, click root. Then only we will get the standard deviation. How much is it, people? 7.07 or 10. Perfect. 10. Understood the method? So, take one value. Then, from the mean you will subtract. Then what? Into equal to m plus. The next value, x minus x bar, again into equal to m plus. Likewise, you will add everything and finally click what, people? MRC button. Then you got the entire numerator. Divide it with what, people? N. N is how much over here? 5. That means you got this entire value inside the bracket. Once I click the root, how much am I getting? 7.0 something you are getting. That's your answer. Clear? Pakka. Understood standard deviation, how to find? Can we do more question? Yes. One more question for all. Tell me values. 20 I heard. 15. 65. 79. 73. 82. Okay, last one. Okay, done. 99. Done. There is no more space. Now, people, we are going to find standard deviation. Everyone knows the formula for standard deviation. What? That is root of sigma x minus x bar the whole square divided by n. First of all, n is how much in this question? N is equal to how much? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. N is equal to 7. Put that value. N is equal to 7. Then, first one I need to find x bar. What is x bar? The 20 plus 15 plus 65 plus 79 plus 73 plus 82 plus 99 divided by how many terms are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 divided by 7. How much is it? 61.85. I will round off to 8 itself. I don't want everything because the nearest answer will give me the answer here, because the options will be very much varying whenever it is decimal. I am taking 61.8. Let it be there. Then people, I have the x bar value. I need to find what? Standard deviation. Tell me the formula for standard deviation. Root of summation of x minus x bar the whole square divided by n. Now, one by one term I am going to take. Clear the memory. Everyone clear the memory. Okay, do that. How to clear the memory? MRC 2 times you are going to click in calculator. Then one by one. Which is the first term? 20. 20 minus 61.8. Then into equal to. Which button you are going to click, people? M plus. Next term. 15 minus 61.8 into equal to M plus. 65 minus 61.8 into equal to M plus. 79 minus 61.8 into equal to M plus. 73 minus 61.8 into equal to M plus. Then 82 minus 61.8 into equal to M plus. Then finally 99 minus 61.8 into equal to M plus. Then MRC divided with N is how much over here? 7. Then click which button, people? Root button. Evlo? Kitna? 20.72 or 64? 6, sir. Maybe something is there in the memory. That's why you would have been. You wouldn't have cleared the memory. That is one possibility. Okay? Till here everyone got. Done? Understood standard deviation? Is it easy to find? Yes. It's all about remembering the formula. Now the methodology is clear. Even if you forget the formula, you can use the method. That will be clear with you. Then, in your school level and you would have heard something called as variance. Variance. Variance means it is square of standard deviation. Make a note of it, people. Variance is equal to standard deviation square. Sometimes instead of ST, you will write it as what? Small letter sigma. Okay, sigma can be used. Variance is nothing but sigma square. And this standard deviation topic will be used in different chapters. We will be using it multiple places. Okay, so variance is standard deviation square. Then, once I get the variance, sometimes they will give us variance. They will ask you to find standard deviation. Then standard deviation will be what? Root of variance. That way also I can write, right? To ulta. That is also correct. Then you will be asking, till now we were studying everything. Now, yesterday I told you what is coefficient of range? Largest minus smallest divided by largest plus smallest into 100. What is coefficient of mean deviation? Mean deviation divided by arithmetic mean into 100. Then what is coefficient of quartile deviation? Q3 minus Q1 divided by Q3 plus Q1 into 100, or quartile deviation divided by median into 100. Now people, coefficient of variation is very easy to remember. That is standard deviation divided by arithmetic mean into 100. Okay, that is the way of finding coefficient of variation. Purinjada? Everyone? Done.
So many formulas.
Yeah, that's how the chapter is.
Is it ready?
I'll give it one by one. Today we will write. Okay. At the end, we will write all the formulas and we will keep a page ready for this particular chapter. Yeah. I will write it properly. Very beautifully, I'll write.
Yesterday you mentioned about
Did not, sir. You. I'll share it today. Everything together we'll share. I send it to me, but I forgot, I think, to send it to you guys. If something is missing, just right away text me up. I'll send it. Okay. Done. Now, I want to ask everyone one question. Yesterday we studied mean deviation for group data means we will write it as what? Sigma f into modulus of x minus x bar divided by sigma f. Correct? Now, for ungrouped data we studied currently for what people? Standard deviation we have studied. What was it? Standard deviation is equal to what? Standard deviation is nothing but what, people? Tell me. That is root of summation of x minus x bar the whole square divided by n, I told you. What if it is group data? This n will become what, people? Capital letter N. Or can I write it as sigma f? Then there also we multiplied each term with frequency, right? Here also we should multiply everything with frequency. So for grouped data, standard deviation looks like this. How? Root of sigma f into x minus x bar the whole square divided by sigma f. Okay, we will come back to it later with a question. Meanwhile, we will solve some random questions. Okay, ready for random questions? Try to get it. What is given? You should try to read and understand what is given. Sum of the squares of the deviation from mean. That means what? Sigma x minus x bar the whole square is given directly. What is that? How much, people? 250. For how many observation? 10 observation. That means n is equal to what, people? 10. Then mean is how much, people? X bar is how much, people? Over here 10. We need to find the coefficient of variation. That's another. Coefficient of variation means standard deviation divided by arithmetic mean into 100. Do you know standard deviation? No. We need to find it. Get me the standard deviation. How will I find standard deviation? Root of summation of x minus x bar the whole square divided by n, which is equal to root of x minus x bar the whole square. Sum is how much, people? 250 divided by what? 10. That is how much, root 25? 5. So standard deviation is equal to 5. Then coefficient of variation is how much, people? 5 divided by arithmetic mean is how much over here, people? Already given 10 into how much? 100. How much is the answer, people? 50%. Done. Right answer is done. Merlin, Ganesh, Samyukta, Angel, everyone got it? So, Pakka, understood? Nivashni got it? Done? Then, what is variance? We know that variance is nothing but what, people? Standard deviation square. That means, can I write the formula like this? Sigma x minus x bar the whole square divided by n. Root and square will get cancelled. If I square the root, what will happen? The root will go off. Get me the answer. We need to find until we click the root value, we need to find. Till MRC divided by n, we need to find. Take your calculator, one by one. Get me the first value. X bar. Correct. Correct. Try to do it in calculator itself without writing. Okay. Be lazy. Be lazy in numerical so that you will do it in calculator. Our laziness should be like that. Okay. I will write. I am not lazy. You can be lazy by doing it in calculator. Okay. First one, you need to find x bar. X bar is how much? 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 8 divided by how many terms are there? 4 terms. How much is it done? 5. Everyone got it as 5? Done. Once I get it as 5, how to find this x bar, x minus x bar the whole square? That is 3 minus 5. Square means into equal to m plus 4 minus 5 into equal to m plus. Next one is 5 minus 5. Will I write? No. I will write what? 8 minus 5 into equal to m plus. Then next button is what? MRC divided with n is how much over here? 4. How much are you getting exactly? Are you getting 3.5? Everyone got 3.5? Yes. Check, check, check. Now, few mistakes you will make is what? One mistake. Forget to clear the memory. Second one is, after dividing, you will sometimes you divide it with 3. That is another mistake. Sometimes you will put some other value what you want to put. Maybe you will put this 5 and divide. That and all mistake can happen. Don't do that mistake. It is bound to happen because you will be doing at very fast pace. So keep an eye on all these terms. Okay. Done. So then what is the standard deviation? Root of 3.5. But that is not the question. They are asking for variance. Okay. Done. Standard deviation for the marks. We need to find the standard deviation from the given data set. Which are the data set, people? 30, 35, then 25, then 20, then finally who is there? 15 is there. Based on that, you need to find the standard deviation. How to find standard deviation, everyone? Tell me. Yes, I was thinking Tamil class panalam. Tamil class start panalam. Yes. Just to say numbers and in between some Tamil words I can do. Yes. Now, easy to do. Yes. இங்க என்ன இருக்கு? 30 இருக்கு, 35 இருக்கு, 25 இருக்கு, 20 இருக்கு, 15 இருக்கு. Very easy to say. Correct? Yes. Only that இருக்கு we want. Yeah. I don't know whether you know this story. Long back I was teaching one faculty Tamil. Then he was first time coming to the Chennai Academy to take a class. He did not even know any Tamil. I know at least some few Tamil. I helped him like this. He asked me, so if someone say irukka, you should say irukku. Class nalla irukka, you should say class nalla irukku. Engaging ah irukka, engaging ah irukku. Then I asked him, rendu pondati irukka? Yeah, rendu pondati irukku. Yes. Then in the front of everyone I called him. Then I asked, okay, he learned Tamil. Okay, I asked him, so sir, whatever I said. He was like, okay, class nalla irukka? Irukku sir. Then irukka? Irukku sir. Rendu pondati irukku sir. Yes. Now, similarly here. Now, 30 irukku, 35 irukku. So, 30, 35, 25, 20 and 15 are there. Now, we need to find the standard deviation for marks obtained by students in a monthly test. Okay. So, standard deviation means what? That is root of summation of x minus x bar the whole square divided by n. How much is n over here, people? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. N is equal to 5. Easy to do. First we need to find x bar. How to find x bar, people? X bar is nothing but what? 30 plus 35 plus 25 plus 20 plus 15 divided by how many terms are there? 5 terms. How much is the answer? 20 or 25? Okay, 25 is our answer. Then we can directly use the calculator, right? Everyone be ready with the calculator. We are going to find the first one. 30 minus standard deviation we are going to find. 30 minus 25 into equal to m plus. 35 minus 25 into equal to m plus. 25 minus 25 is how much? 0. Then 20 minus 25 into equal to m plus. Then 15 minus 25 into equal to m plus. Then what? MRC divided with how many terms are there in total? 5 terms. Then you click equal to, click root. How much is the answer? Root 50, or you will get 7 point something you will be getting, which is nothing but your Option B is my right answer. I hope everyone got the right answer. Okay. Perfect. Logesh got it? Yes, Nivashini, Apneya. Everyone got it. Rakshana got it. Then Angel. Then Getsi, Dev, Amrit, Nishan. Everyone got it. Perfect. Then, very difficult question now. Previous year question. Standard deviation is what? SD is equal to 36. Then they are asking for variance. Variance. What is variance? Standard deviation square, not root. Standard deviation square. Answer is how much? 36 square. How much is it? 1296. That's why this question is there. Many people will make the mistake. So I say we'll just put this thing. Some people will go for that negative marking confidently. I got very easy question there. Correct. No. Option C is the answer. Square. Standard deviation square is going to give you what? Variance. Then get me the answer. Coefficient of variation is 80. Find the variance is the question. We need to find what, people? We need to find the value of variance. Coefficient of variation is given to be how much? 80 over here. Mean is given to be how much? 20. First of all, in order to find variance, I want what, people? Standard deviation square. So I don't have the standard deviation value. So for that they have given something. Coefficient of variation. What is coefficient of variation? 80. What is the formula for coefficient of variation, people? Standard deviation divided by arithmetic mean into 100, which is equal to 80. Now, standard deviation we don't have, but arithmetic mean we have. How much is it? 20. Cancel things and get me your answer. That is 16. Standard deviation is equal to 16. Then variance is how much, people? 16 square. How much is it, people? 256. Okay. Direct questions and you will get. One or the other way you will get. So, coefficient of variation is what, people? Standard deviation divided by arithmetic mean into what, people? 100. Logesh got it? Yes. Pakka? Done. If so, this question, 63rd question. Try. Easy question, not difficult question. Direct question. Very direct. Please try. The mean of the frequency is 100. Coefficient of variation is 45. Then standard deviation is how much is the question. Now we will. Coefficient of variation is first of all what? Standard deviation divided by arithmetic mean into what, people? 100. Then coefficient of variation is given to be what? 45. Which is equal to standard deviation is how much? We need to find. Arithmetic mean is given to be how much over here? 100. Multiplied with 100. Tell me how much is the answer? 45 is our answer. Option A. In some of the books, in some of the question books from the past, they will not multiply it with 100. If it is not multiplied with 100 there, for our ICS standard it is wrong. We should multiply always with 100 until and unless they mention it specifically. Okay, keep it in your mind. Then, for example, they would have given coefficient of variation is given to be 0.5. Then you should understand that is not multiplied with 100. Okay. Going to the second formula. This is the second standard deviation formula. When we are going to use this, sometimes they will give us standard deviation value. They will give us the sigma x square value. Directly they will give. N also will be given. And they will ask us to find the mean. That time we need to use this. Okay, when are we using? Whenever they are giving us the standard deviation value, they will give us the sigma x square. Sigma x square means what? Sum of the squares of observation. Okay, sigma x means what? Sum of all the observation. Sigma f means what? Sum of all the frequencies. Then sigma red boy means what? We are adding all the red boys. No, sigma red boy means the other one. Meme is there. That one. No. Sigma x means sum of all the x values. Sigma f means sum of all the f values. Then sigma x square means what, people? That is nothing but sum of the squares of all the x values. Then standard deviation is given by this formula. That is what, people? That I'll rewrite it for you. That is root of sigma x square by n minus x bar the whole square. That is the formula for what, people? Standard deviation. Okay. Another formula. Not necessary. Sometimes if a question comes, you can use it. Then that question is this question. Okay. If question. Look here. What is given? Sum of the squares of the value is this much. What do you mean by sum of the squares of the value? Sigma x square is 3390. Then n is given to be how much, people? 30. Then the standard deviation is also given. How much, people? 7. Then they are asking us to find the value of what over here? They are asking us to find the value of mean. Then can I say? I can use the second formula, that is standard deviation is equal to root of sigma x square divided by n minus x bar the whole square. Now, standard deviation is how much over here? That is 7. Put that 7, which is equal to root of sigma x square is how much? 3390 divided by n is how much? 30 minus x bar the whole square. Either you can option hit or you can directly go for it. From this, can I write it? 7 is equal to root of 113 minus x bar the whole square. Are you going to option hit? I will option hit because that is easy for my calculation. If I option hit, I am trying with this option now. Why? Because all the other values either will make it 0 or it will become a negative value. Try option C. I mean option hit with C. Option hit with C. That means x bar is equal to 7. That means LHS is how much, people? Root of 113 minus 7 square. How much is 113 minus 7 square? That is, 8 square. Sorry for that. X bar is equal to how much? X bar is equal to 8 we are taking. That means 113 minus 8 square is 113 minus 64. That is nothing but what, people? Root 49, which is equal to 7, which is equal to your what? LHS. Which option is the answer? C. Okay. LHS is how much over here? 7. Done now. Is standard deviation affected by origin? Think and tell me. Everyone should tell an answer. Is standard deviation affected by origin? No, it is not. Is standard deviation affected by scale? Yes. அப்படி இருந்தா இதை எப்படி பண்ணுவேன்? Try this. I will give you a scenario. We are going to find the marks of all the students in this class. Okay. Every student, let it be like one person scored 5 marks, another person 7 marks, 8 marks, 10 marks, 100 marks, etc. are there. Then standard deviation was also found of our marks. The marks standard deviation, let it be around 3. 3 was the standard deviation of marks. That we found already. Let it be there. Then what I found was, okay, after awarding the marks, I found that I made a mistake. I was like, everyone can take a grace mark. I'm going to add 1 with each observation. Okay. I'm going to do what? Add 1 with each observation. Adding a constant number to each observation is called as what? Change of origin or change of scale? Change of origin. Okay. I added 1 with each observation. What is my new standard deviation? 3 itself. Why? Because standard deviation is not affected by origin. Similarly, in this particular question, standard deviation of weight of students of class of 50 students is 4.5 kg. Later on, it was found due to some fault in weighing machine, the weight of each student was under measured by 0.5. Okay, now I'm going to correct it. I'm adding 0.5 to each student's weight. Will the standard deviation change? No, it will not change. It will be equal to what? 4.5. Why it is not changing? Because standard deviation is not affected by what, people? Not affected by origin. Okay, it is only affected. For example, I am telling each student weight is becoming 2 times. That means into 2 I am doing. Then it will change. The standard deviation will become 4.5 into 2. It is adding or subtracting, will it change? No. Very conceptual. That's why from day one, when I started this chapter, I am talking about origin and scale. Only because of the reason that you will get a question in one chapter or the other chapter. Logesh, clear? Yes, Nisha? Done, Amrit? Yes, Rakshana, got it? Why it became? Yes. Perfect. Perfect. Done. Online, Adil, Ganesh, Merlin, Ismail, everyone. Samyukta, please confirm it to me. Then Abdul, please confirm it to me. Next question. The final question from ungrouped. Then we will go to grouped. Yes. Perfect. Tell me the answer. If the standard deviation of 2, 4, 10, then 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 17, etc., etc. is given to be how much? The standard deviation is given to be 4.47. Then they are asking, what is the standard deviation of the given data set 4, 8, 10, 12, 16, 34. Okay. Now people, if you ask me, 2 is multiplied with how much you get? 4 into 2. 4 is multiplied with how much you get? 8 into 2. 5 into 2 is what? 10. 6 into 2 is what? 12. 8 into 2 is what? 16. 17 into 2 is what? 34. People, then tell me what will be the new standard deviation. SD new will be what? This 4.47 into 2 will become 8.94. Which option is the answer? Option B. Okay. Another conceptual question. Then what will happen is, some people will not do this. Instead, they will do what? They will take these values. They will find the standard deviation. They will also get around 8 point something they will get. The nearest answer is what? 8.94 itself. So we will talk with respect to what? Change of scale. What concept is it, people? Change of scale. Purinjada? Pakka? Everyone understood the concept? Anyone did not understand? Tell me. Done, done, done. Perfect. Then I told you, we have group data also. We need to solve for group data. But in group data, we will only be considering sigma f into x minus x bar the whole square divided by sigma f. We will not think about even the other formula, because they will never ask the mean value and all in group data. That will never come for you. Okay. Now, everyone, I have a question. Listen to me very carefully. I am going to give you a table. X values are there, F values are there. What is the meaning of F? Frequency. How many times a particular thing happened. Correct? Now, X values are like 5, 10, then if you want put 15, then if you want put 20, then if you want put 25. Then frequency happen. 5 let it happen for 10 times. Then 10 happen for 3 times. 15 happen for 11 times. 20 happen for 7 times. Then finally it happened for 6 times. Likewise, it is mentioned. I want you guys to find the standard deviation. Before that, you need to find what? Sigma f. How much is sigma f over here, people? How much is sigma f? Sigma f is nothing but add all the f values. Correct? Everyone add that sigma f values. Tell me. 37. Everyone got that 37? Let it be there. Then we want what here? Rakshana, we want what? We want x bar value. Correct? Can anyone find me x bar over here? X bar is nothing but sigma fx divided by what? Sigma f. That is, sigma fx is nothing but what, people? Can I say 5 into 10? m plus 10 into 3, m plus 15 into 11, m plus then 20 into 7, m plus then 25 into 6, m plus then finally what people? MRC. How much is the numerator? Some value is there. Divide it with sigma f, that is 37. How much are you getting for x bar? 14.45. Let it be like we will take 14.4. Whenever it is group data and all, just take the first value. More than enough. If you want to round off to 14.5 also, it's fine. Not a problem. Okay. Take that much value. Because you will only get the nearest answer. Options will not be nearby. If a question come for exam. Till now it haven't. But what if? Okay. If a question come for exam. Then, next one is, I have the x bar value. I need to find what? Standard deviation. I know standard deviation is summation of f into x minus x bar the whole square divided by what? Sigma f. One by one I am going to find. Okay. First one is x minus x bar. X minus x bar means what, people? 5 minus 14.4. Then square means into equal to. We are finding what? Square into equal to. Then multiplied with the frequency means multiplied with how much da? 10. Then click which what? Button? M plus. Understood that? What did I do, people? Just tell me. X minus x bar. That means 5 minus 14.4. Then I need to square it. How to square? Into equal to multiplied with what, people? 10. Then I am clicking what? M plus. Similarly, next term, try next one. 10 minus 14.4 multiply equal to, that means square I am taking. Then multiplied with 3. M plus. Then 15 minus 14.4 into equal to multiplied with what, people? 11. M plus. 20 minus 14.4 into equal to multiplied with 7. M plus. Finally 25 minus 14.4 into equal to multiplied with 6. M plus. Then MRC. Divide it with sigma f. How much is sigma f? 37. Then which button you are going to click, people? Root button. How much are you getting? 7 point up? Everyone? 7 point? How much? 7.0? 050 something you are getting. Perfect. Both are getting means that's the answer. Understood? So whenever you read this sigma means sum of, if some product is involved, fx means we are taking the product of f and x. F into x minus x bar the whole square means first we need to find the square. Then I need to multiply with the frequency. Then I need to add. That way you should do. Everyone understood this? Clear cut? Done? Understood group data? Anyone is having doubt over group data? Please tell. Pakka. Sure. Final question. Which one? No, randomly I'll test. Then I'll go. Because PYQs, I don't think the standard deviation group was there. Yes, till now it's not there. Yes. What if it come in the future? That's why we are doing this. X values and F values. Then 20, 25, 30, then 45, then 60. Okay. F values, let it be 3, 4, 2, 1, 5. Okay. These are the frequency value. I need you guys to find the value of what, people? At the end of the day, I want you guys to find standard deviation of group data. What is standard deviation? Root of sigma f into x minus x bar the whole square divided by sigma f. First of all, everyone find me sigma f. How much is sigma f over here? 3 plus 4 plus 2 plus 1 plus 5. How much is it, people? 15 now. Everyone got it as 15. Done. Write it that. Then find x bar value for me. How to find x bar value, people? Everyone get that value of x bar. X bar is nothing but sigma fx divided by what? Sigma f. Sigma fx means 20 into 3, m plus 25 into 4, m plus 30 into 2, m plus 45 into 1, m plus, then 60 into 5, m plus, then MRC divided by what people? Sigma F is how much? 15. How much is it? How much? 37.6. Everyone got 37.6? That means you will write that value over here. X bar is this much. Then you are going to a calculator and directly doing our calculation in calculator itself. First one, Nishan, do it. X minus X bar. First X value is how much? 20. 20 minus 37.6. Square means into equal to, multiplied with frequency means into 3. Correct? Into equal to, multiplied with what people? 3. Which button? M plus. Rakshana, are you doing it? Then next one. 25 minus 37.6 into equal to, multiplied with what? 4. M plus. Then next one. 30 minus 37.6 into equal to, multiplied with what people? 2. M plus. Then 45 minus 37.6 into equal to, multiplied with 1. M plus. Finally 60 minus 37.6 into equal to, multiplied with 5. M plus. Finally which button? MRC button. Then what people? Divide it with 15. Then click equal to. Then click root. You are getting the standard deviation. How much is it? 60? 16.81? Right? I think so. How much is the logish? 17, huh? Okay. Any other 17 value? Okay, let me try then. 16.8. 2 people got. Then check again. Yes, somewhere you went wrong. Yes, 16.8. So this is the worst case scenario. How they ask the question. Then, if the worst case scenario also come into the picture, now you can do, right? Just using calculator. Okay. Now, you will think, so this much procedure is there. No. Everything should go in calculator. When I write, it will be long. When you guys do it in calculator, answers will be there in 10 seconds or 15 seconds. Maybe 20 seconds. Based on your calculation speed. Okay. Then, peacefully do it. Don't hurry up. If you hurry up, sometimes you will click some other value instead of the given values. Okay, done people. That is your standard deviation for grouped data. We will solve some more questions. Then we will be finishing the topic. I think in the next 30 minutes, our chapter will be over. Then we will take a break and we will start the new chapter, that is index number. We will be starting today. Now, then one question, people. Have a look at this. Instead of X value, they have given what here? Yes. Instead of X value, they have given what? Class interval. If you remember, I have already told you how to find the class interval. How to find class interval, people? First, I will find the X value. How to find the X value? Middle value. Correct? 1 plus 3 divided by 2 is how much? 2. Then 4 plus 6 divided by 2 is how much? 5. 7 plus 9 divided by 2 is how much, people? 8. Then 11. Now people, find me sigma f. Sigma f is how much? 5 plus 8 plus 12 plus 5. How much is sigma f? 30. Now we are going to find x bar. How to find x bar? Sigma fx divided by sigma f. How much is it, people? 2 into 5 m plus 5 into 8 m plus 8 into 12 m plus 11 into 5 m plus then MRC divided by how many terms are there? 30 terms. How much is it, people? 6.7. Keep that value. Everyone have that 6.7 value x bar. Now we are going to find the standard deviation for group data. What is standard deviation for group data formula? Root of sigma f into x minus x bar the whole square divided by sigma f. One by one we are going to find in calculator. That is, first x value is how much? 2. 2 minus 6.7 into equal to multiplied with f value is how much? 5 m plus. Then 5 minus 6.7 into equal to multiplied with what, people? 8. Then which button? M plus. Then 8 minus 6.7 into equal to multiplied with what people? 12. M plus. Finally 11 minus 6.7 into equal to multiplied with what people? 5. Which button? M plus. Finally what? MRC. Then divide it with what people? Divide it with 30. Then click equal to root. How much are you getting? 2.86. Everyone got standard deviation to be that much? Done. 2.86. Check again. 8561, or you can round off to 2.85, something 86 or something, you round up. Done. Standard deviation is that much. Then how much is our variance? Square of it. Just square it. Square is our variance. Whatever value is in your calculator, square it. Then over some value you got. Then how will you find coefficient of variation? Standard deviation divided by arithmetic mean into 100. That is 2.86 divided by arithmetic mean was how much people for us? 6.7 into 100. How much is it? 42.6 percentage something. So even if the question is complicated, if you have your calculator with you, you can easily solve the content. Okay, this part, combined standard deviation, we will discuss later, not now. There is a reason, so that you will come prepared. I mean, the basics will be there. Once the basic is strong, after the test on Monday when we do, then you will find it very easy to solve. Then a question for all. Standard deviation is a shortcut. Okay, what is natural numbers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yesterday we were talking about that. Till n is our natural numbers. Then standard deviation of first n natural number we can find using a shortcut formula, and that formula is called as root of n square minus 1 divided by what? 12. Make a note of it. Standard deviation of first n natural number is what? Root of n square minus 1 divided by 12. What if then the standard deviation of first 5 natural number? That is nothing but root of 5 square minus 1 divided by 12. That will become root of 24 divided by 12, or root 2 will be your answer. Similarly, okay. And there were questions in the past based on this formula where you can easily find the answer. One such question is this. Get me the answer for the 70th question. Please. Try, you will get the answer. They are asking for n. Okay. They are not asking for standard deviation, they are asking for n.
Stay in class.
Index now. Tomorrow we will be doing chapter, once index number is over, we'll be going for correlation regression. It's an interesting chapter. 7 answer. Can I try? Everyone? 7, 7. Ismail got 7. Then Adil got 7. Rest of you, everyone got 7. Will you option hit or will you do directly? Option hitting makes sense. Yeah. Or directly also makes sense. It doesn't change anything. So standard deviation of first and natural number is 2. We know that. Standard deviation of first n natural number is what? Root of n square minus 1 divided by 12. How much is given to be standard deviation over here? 2, which is equal to root of n square minus 1 divided by 12. Are we going to option it or are we going to do directly? I will option it. Going forward, our approach should be that. Option hit. How to option hit? Now, instead of one of this, we are going to put, now for example, I am trying B. Option hit using B. My LHS is how much over here, people? 2. Then RHS is how much over here? That is root of n square minus 1 divided by 12. That is root of 7 square minus 1 divided by 12. That is how much, people? Root of 48 by 12. How much is it? Root 4. How much is the answer? 2 is the answer. So LHS is equal to RHS with which option? With option B. Okay. Otherwise, how will you do? I will square both sides. 4 will be equal to n square minus 1 divided by 12. 12 goes to the other side. It will become 48 is equal to n square minus 1. Minus 1 goes to the other side. That means 49 is equal to n square. N is equal to root 49, which is nothing but 7. Whichever you are comfortable, follow that. Okay. There is no need to mug up things in the other manner. Go with your own comfortable pattern. Usually at the end of the subject, everyone will be option hitting left, right, center. That I am very sure. Because that is the easiest way to get the right answer. Because when we solve it, we can make silly mistake. Option hitting means no matter what, it should give the answer. Then only the answer will be correct. Then, yesterday, just a small revision. Yesterday we told about connection between GM, AM and HM. What was the connection between GM, AM and HM? The root of Ha or root of Ha. Correct? That is, geometric mean is nothing but root of arithmetic mean into harmonic mean. Then we studied the connection between mean, median and mode. What was that, people? Me mo is equal to how many me? 3 me. Or in general, I will write it as what? Mean minus mode is equal to 3 into mean minus median. Correct? This is also we have learnt. Now, people, we studied quartile deviation. We studied standard deviation. We studied mean deviation. We need to combine everything, right? We are going to combine here. That is what is mentioned over here, people. 2SD. Okay, we will write this way so that you will not forget. 2SD is equal to 2.5 MT is equal to how many QTs are there? 3 QTs are there. Okay, QTs. Yeah. So 2SD is equal to 2.5 MT is equal to how many QT? 3 QTs. Okay. Who are the QTs? Me and me. 3 me. Okay. Yes. So 3 QTs are there. Now, people, how they will ask question is, they will sometimes give us the standard deviation. Then they will ask us to find mean deviation. That time I will write 2SD is equal to 2.5 MT. Then I will put the value of standard deviation and I will find the value of mean deviation. Sometimes they will give us mean deviation and they will ask us to find the value of quartile deviation. Then I will do what? I will write 2.5 MT is equal to what, people? 3 QD, and I will solve the value of quartile deviation since MD value will be given. For example, 10 is given accordingly. Okay. Purinjida. Everyone understood the meaning? Then we will try to solve a question. Timer starts now. You should do it. What is the formula? 2SD is equal to 2.5 MD is equal to how many QD? 3 QDs. Done. Try. What is the value of mean deviation is the question. People, mean deviation they are asking, but they did not give the value of quartile deviation or standard deviation. But instead of that, they have given us something else. What is that something else, people? Q3 is given, Q1 is given. We need to use that to find the value of what? QD. Correct. How to find QD first? What is the formula for quartile deviation? Q3 minus Q1 divided by 2. What is the name of another name of quartile deviation? Semi-interquartile range, or another name, range of middle 50% of the values. Correct? Then tell me, what is it? Which is nothing but Q3 is how much? 40 minus then 15 divided by 2. How much is QD, people? Tell me the answer. 25 divided by 2 is how much, people? That is 12.5. Everyone got it as 12.5. Then they are asking for mean deviation. I know the formula. What is the formula? 2SD is equal to 2.5 MD is equal to how many QDs are there? 3 QDs. Now, what all values we require? Do we require standard deviation over here? No. Ignore it. Remember, I will write the rest. That means 2.5 into MD is how much we need to find, which is equal to 3 into how much is QD? 12.5. Get me the value of MD. MD is nothing but what? 3 into 12.5 divided by 2.5. How much is the answer you are getting? 15. Everyone got it as 15. Which option is the answer? C. This question or this formula we will again use in the future, and mostly that future will be in the next week. Okay, not this week, future will be next week. In 16th chapter we will be using it again. Okay, now till here fine, everyone understood? Done? Then online, get me the answer for this. Try to get me the answer. Try பண்ணுங்கடா. லோகேஷ் இதுல என்ன நடக்குது இங்க? 2 by the correct. Which one? Option A. Getsi got it? Yes. No. Okay, we will speak about it. Fine. Angel? Another. Which option? A. Okay. First of all, they are asking quartile deviation is dash of ST. That's what they are asking. Quartile deviation is dash of ST is the question. First of all, people, what is the connection between everyone? We know 2SD is equal to 2.5 MD is equal to how many QTs are there? Ever QTs? 3 QTs are there. Correct? Now, people, they are asking the connection between QD and SD. So, will you consider MD? We don't want that MD. Instead, we will write 2SD is equal to how many QD, people? 3 QD. From that, can I write it? QD is nothing but 2 by 3, or I will write 2 divided by 3 SD is equal to QD. So, what is the value of QD, people? 2 by 3 of SD. So, single formula, using that we can solve any question. Okay, done. Pakka. Online, everyone, please confirm it to me. Done, 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 done. Then solve it. Correct answer. Try. I will not be teaching with you ratios. I will not be teaching with you fractions. I will only be teaching with you what? Decimals. So the same way I will solve this. Okay. So it will not be much of a complication. We will directly solve it with respect to the values or decimal values. Everyone, any answers? Can I teach you how to find the ratios and all using calculator instead of, finding the ratio in real? We will do something. First of all, we need to know the connection between SD, MD and QD. What is the connection we know regarding SD, MD and QD? Can I say 2SD is equal to 2.5, MD is equal to how many QTs are there? 3 QTs are there. From that I am taking the first two values. That is what? 2SD is equal to 2.5 MD. From that can I write SD divided by MD is equal to 2.5 divided by 2. I am taking this MD to the other side and 2 to this side. That means SD by MD is what? 22.5 divided by 2. How much is it on calculator? 2.5 divided by 2 is how much, people? That is 1.25. Then second one is, what is the second one written over here? Can I say 2.5 MD is equal to 3 QD? From that, can I find the ratio between MD and QD? MD and QD is nothing but 3 divided by 2.5. That is how much, people? 3 divided by 2.5 is equal to 1.2. We have the ratios. Okay, we have the ratios. Then, people, I'm going to check each option. 3 divided by 4 is how much? All the first values are SD. All the second values are MD. All the third values are QD. 3 divided by 4 is how much? 0.75. Is it equal to 1.25? No. Option A is wrong. Then 2 by 3 is how much? 2 divided by 3 is 0.6666. Is it equal to 1 point this much? No. Option B is wrong. Try option C, people. 15 divided by 12. How much is it, people? 1.25. Similarly, 12 divided by 10. How much is it, people? 1.2. Both the values are satisfied by which option? Option C. Purinjida. So we are not here to do what fractions. We will always solve questions in what? Calculate. Keep that in your mind. Okay. I hope everyone understood. Then some random question, then I'll come back here. One of the most repeated question from this chapter. I don't know how many times it was repeated. That many times. Which of the following is affected by shifting of scale? All of the above. Each and every one. MD is affected, QD is affected, range is affected, standard deviation is affected. Then mean is affected? Yes. Median is affected? Yes. Then mode is affected? Yes. Tell me the answer. Which of the following is a relative measure of dispersion? Coefficient of quartile deviation. You will ask, they will ask like this. Yes, they will ask like this. Because whoever knows this only, they know the answer. Others is like, coefficient of quartile. Yes. That will only come to their mind. So they will ask. If every observation is increased by 7, then yeah, increase means what? Plus 7, correct? Increase means plus 7. If I add each observation with plus 7, will my standard deviation change? No. Quartile deviation change? No. Mean deviation change? No. Range change? No. Not at all affected. Okay, good question. Another theory question and content based question. Now people, I am going to give you another name. Yesterday I told you, Vijay has a name, Talapati. Then he became the CM. He has another name, CM, Joseph Vijay, something like that. Correct? Joseph Vijay and Anand, something was there, right? Here, mean deviation has one name yesterday I told. If you remember, I told average deviation is another name. Then I told in the future I will tell you another name for mean deviation. That is that name, people. Who is called as absolute deviation? Mean deviation. Okay, make a note. Who is called as absolute deviation, people? Mean deviation. Which of the following is based on absolute deviation, or which of the following is called as absolute deviation is who, people? Mean deviation. Why? Because it is concerned about all the individual values. All the observations are taken. Okay. Next question. Tell me. Dash is based on all observation and dash is based on central 50% of the observation. Yesterday we told mean deviation is based on all observation. Then today I told who is based on the central 50% of the observation? Quartile deviation. So answer is what, people? Mean deviation and quartile deviation. Okay. And I don't know how many times they have asked such questions. They will repeat again and again, they will repeat. So be ready with all this theory question. It will be useful. Then the final topic from this content or from this chapter based on linear variables. Okay, yesterday we studied for mean, median and mode. If you remember, instead of x, I directly put x value and I found the y value. Now, one important thing in dispersion, if you want to use the formula and all, you can use the formula. But I will not complicate it. I'll try to make it easy for you. Because sometimes they will give us like this. They will say 2x plus 3y is equal to 27. That equation will be given. The linear relationship will be given in the question. Then they will say that mean deviation of x is equal to 5. Okay. Then, or I will put some other value 6. Then find mean deviation of y. That is our question. Now, I have a shortcut for everyone. Do you know that mean deviation is not affected by origin? So, will this constant value affect our origin? I mean mean deviation? No. We should ignore that person. He is not part of it. Then, what I will do? I will directly write 2x is equal to 3y. Directly I will write what? 2x is equal to 3y. Then you will be coming and asking me, sir, where is that minus sign, sir? If I go to the other side, it should become negative, right? Where is that negative sign? People, you know that in the formula for our mean deviation, there is a modulus. There, if I multiply some constant, each factor with some negative value, what will happen? At the end, that will also become positive because in our mean deviation, modulus is there. In our standard deviation, square is there. In our range, you will be like asking, so will range change, right? No. Largest become smallest and smallest become largest. So minus and minus will become plus and the range will also will not change. Now people get me the answer for y. How much is y, people? 2 into, instead of x I will put what? 6, which is equal to 3y. So how much is the value of y? That is 12 by 3, which is equal to 4. So mean deviation of y is how much? 4.
How can answer change?
Which answer?
If I do it in the normal way.
Normal way you are considering the constant value, right? Yeah. We should not. Why? Mean deviation is not affected by origin.
Like the question framing of the question.
Yes. It will always be like this. But the thing is, our approach should be like this. We should ignore the constant value. We should ignore the negativity. Like Vijay said, ignore negativity. Just like that. Okay. Constant value we should ignore as well as the negative value. What if the question was based on mean? We need to write everything. We will substitute directly and we will find. It is not mean. It is dispersion. It is not central tendency. It is measures of dispersion. Another question I will give. 3x plus 4y is equal to around 15. Get me the value of, first of all, mean deviation. Instead of mean deviation, I will give quartile deviation. Quartile deviation of x is equal to 4. Find quartile deviation of y is my question. What to do? First step itself, you will write it as 3x is equal to 4y. Then instead of x, you will put what? 4. 3 into 4 is equal to 4y. So y is equal to how much, people? 3. So quartile deviation of y is equal to how much, people? 3. Everyone understood the concept? Is it clear for all? Nishan understood? Pakka? Yes, Rakshana, got the idea? Sure? Yes. Abhinaya, Nivashni, Lokesh. Then, can we go to a question? And I don't know how many times they have asked this question, but I know one thing, in recent attempt they did not. So, I am remembering, I told that in September attempt it will be there. It did not come. In Jan attempt it will be there. It did not come. In May attempt it will be there. It did not come. So people, I am telling you guys, for your attempt, whichever you are writing, it can be there. Okay, mostly it will come. Because in the last 3 attempts, it did not come. So people, with that, have a look at this particular question. Equation on a line is 5x plus 2y is equal to 17. Mean deviation of y about mean is 5. Find mean deviation of x. How will I write this formula? Directly I will write it as 5x is equal to 2y. Then mean deviation of y is given, Angel. How much is it? 5. Correct? Put that value. 5x is equal to 2 into 5. Cancel, cancel. X is equal to how much? 2. Which option? B. Directly we are going for the answer. Now, you can do it in the other way also. Modulus of one formula is there. It's better studying the formula or better doing the logic. Logic is always better. At the end of the day, you will not forget the logic. Okay, done. Online, Adil, Ganesh, Merlin, Ismail, Abdul, everyone, please confirm it to me. If everything is done, I can take you to the next question. What to do? Clear. Perfect. Yes, perfect. First step is what? 3x is equal to 4, 5. Negative and all, you ignore it. Don't even write that. Directly write 3x is equal to 4y. Then instead of x, you will put what? 12. That will become 36 by 4. 9 will be your answer. Okay. So I'll write 3x is equal to 4y. Instead of 12, instead of x, I will put what? 12, which is equal to 4y. From that, I will directly go and find the answer. Y is equal to 36 by 9, 36 by 4, which is equal to how much, people? 9. So how will I write? 3 into 12 divide with 4, which is equal to 9. Option A is your answer. Then, next question is, get me the answer. Is range a measure of dispersion? Yes. So the same method is applicable for range also. It is not going to change. So you will write it as what, people? 2x is equal to 3y. Instead of range of y, you are putting 10. That means 2x is equal to 3 into 10. That means x is equal to what, people? 30 divided by 2. How much is it, people? 15. Which option is the answer? D. 15 is the answer. Direct. Then, sometimes in question, they will give the question directly. Directly in the sense, they are asking, sir, the standard deviation of 50x plus 5x is equal to, 50 plus 5x is equal to how much? So you should understand something. Whenever they did not mention y, you should understand there is a y also here. Okay. Don't take it like, so where did the y go? Don't get bothered about that. Think that y is also there. Y is equal to 50 plus 5x. But when we are doing the question, how will I do? I will directly write y is equal to 5x because I only want that. Okay. Directly do it that way if they are asking for dispersion. Mean, median and mode, you can write it as y is equal to 50 plus 5x and put the value. Here you can directly write y is equal to what? 5x. Instead of x, how much are you going to put? 10. So y is equal to 5 into 10. How much is the answer, people? 50. So what is standard deviation of y then? That is equal to 50. Option A. Clear or unclear? Everyone got it, I guess. Abhinaya? Yes. Nivashini got it. Lokesh? Nishan? Yes. Amrit? Getsi? Angel? Dev? Rakshana? Everyone understood online? Ganesh? Adil? Merlin? Ismail? Abdul? Everyone please confirm it to me. Now, if you have got till here, I want to take you back to the applicable part. Which are the measures of absolute measures which were there? Range we had, then standard deviation we had, then quartile deviation we had, then what we had? Mean deviation we had. Now variance. Is variance a direct measure? No. Variance is not a direct measure. Variance was what? Standard deviation square. Sometimes in question they will give us variance of x is equal to some value they will say. Can I directly substitute? No. Why not? Because I can't put variance. Variance is not a direct measure of dispersion. Who is it? Standard deviation. So I'll convert the variance into what? Standard deviation. then I will substitute. Otherwise, I will get a wrong answer. I will show you one example. The question is like this. Tell me a value. 45. X plus 8 or 25y is equal to 8. Let it be like this. Okay, 45x plus 25y is equal to 8. Then they are telling variance of x is equal to, let it be around 49. Can I directly take, I can directly take what people, I can always directly write 45x is equal to how many y? Which is equal to 25y, that I can always write. But people, can I directly put this 49 and get the answer? No. If they are asking for standard deviation or variance, first I will find standard deviation of y they are asking for. Okay. Now people, first of all, I can't put variance directly. I will convert it into standard deviation. How to convert that into standard deviation? What is standard deviation of x then people? Root of variance, right? That is how much? Root of 49. How much is it people? 7. That is 7. Now put the value of x is equal to what? 7. 45 into 7, which is equal to 25y. Get me the value of y. That is 45 into 7 divided by 25. How much is the value of y people? 12 point. Understood. So can I directly put it? No, I can't put it. I should accordingly put it. Clear? Huh? Pakka? Rakshana clear? Then solve. How much is it? 45 or 25 or 5 or 10? People, whenever variance is asked for 2 minus 3x, I told you can directly write it as y is equal to 3x. We will ignore negativity, we will ignore the constant term. Directly we can write y is equal to 3x. Then variance of x is 5. Then can anyone tell me what is standard deviation of x? Standard deviation of x is what? Root 5. How will I get root 5? That is nothing but root of variance. That is equal to root 5. I have the value of standard deviation of x. How much is it? Root 5. Put that value. Then y is how much people? 3 root 5. Correct? That is standard deviation of y. Which is how much people? 3 root 5. But are they asking for standard deviation? Rakshana, are they asking for standard deviation? No. They are asking for variance. What is variance, people? First of all, we studied that long back. Standard deviation square. So can I say that standard deviation of y square? That is nothing but 3 root 5 the whole square. How much is the answer, people? 9 into 5. How much is it? 45. Or take your calculator and type the value 5. Then click root. Then multiply it with 3. Then what? Into equal to. You will get around 44.999. That is nothing but 45. Purinjida. Very good question. Difficulty level little more high. Why? Because we converted the variance into what? Standard deviation. When we found what? Standard deviation of y. After that we are finding variance means I need to square the standard deviation. Now I hope the approach is clear for all. Pakka. Done. Is it clear online? Please confirm it to me. Everyone got the approach? Done now? I think it is coming. No, it's not coming. No. It is coming? No. Emojis are not coming. It's coming? Yeah, it came. Then it should also come. No. Yeah, it came online. They are able to see. Offline will never know. In recorded backup also it will not be there. Is it? Okay. Then again.
Crackers and all those.
Oh, yeah. Now crackers burst. Fine. Done now, people. This one is the cutest one. Balloons will be coming. Oh, it's not coming. Balloons are coming. Balloons are coming online. Others will never know. Only the Zoom people will know what's happening there. Here, try to do this question for me. Arithmetic mean and coefficient of variation of x is 10 and 40 respectively. What is the variance of 30 minus 3x is the question. That means y is equal to what, people? Y is equal to, can I write it as 2x? I will directly write that. Then people, coefficient of variation is given, arithmetic mean is given. Can I find standard deviation of x? Coefficient of variation formula, what was it? Standard deviation divided by arithmetic mean into 100. Write that formula. Coefficient of variation is nothing but standard deviation divided by arithmetic mean into 100. Now people, what is coefficient of variation as per this question? 40. Then standard deviation is nothing but what, people? Can I write it as, we need to find that, divided by x bar is how much as per the question? AM is given to be 10 into 100. Cancel things. Cancel. Then what is remaining? Standard deviation of x is equal to 4. Now can I find standard deviation of y? I will put this particular value over here. That means y is equal to 2 into 4. Y is equal to how much, people? 8. That means standard deviation of y is equal to how much? 8. But are they asking for standard deviation? No, they are asking for variance. What is variance, people? That is standard deviation of y, the whole square. That is how much, people? 8 square, which is equal to 64. Which option is the answer? A is your answer. Purinjada. Again, another difficult question. I hope everyone understood the approach. If you know the approach, you can solve anything. Then, the last and final question from this chapter. Then we will have a small revision of the entire formulas. Then we will go to the new chapter after the break. Okay. Then, everyone, the last question. Read it carefully. It is 3x. It is 3x divided by 2. Okay. Minus 15 plus 3x divided by 2. How will I write? Y is equal to 3x by 2 I will write. That's how I am going to write. Before that, what is given? Arithmetic mean and coefficient of variation of x are 10 and 40 respectively. Can I write it this way, people? I will write it as coefficient of variation is standard deviation divided by arithmetic mean into 100. Yes, same thing. Correct answer. Coefficient of variation is how much? 40. Then standard deviation we need to find. X bar is how much over here? 10. Then multiply it with what, people? 100. 0, 0 cancel, 0, 0 cancel. Then standard deviation of x is equal to what, people? 4. We have the value of standard deviation of x, that is 4. Then put this value over here. That will become 3 into 4 divided by 2, which is equal to how much, people? 6. So standard deviation of y is equal to 6. But are they asking for standard deviation? No. Variance. What is variance, people? Variance is nothing but standard deviation of y square. How much is it, people? 6 square, 36. Done. Okay. So this was the final question. So remember, coming Sunday, everyone has a test. Which all chapter? This chapter. Except that combined standard deviation part. Except that you will have for all the other topic. Then chapter number 11 will be there, which is that chapter, seating arrangement. Then 100 marks test is there for one more chapter that we are going to discuss today. That is index number. Index number is one of the easiest. We can easily crack that chapter. 5 to 6 marks you will easily get. One of the smallest chapter to learn. Okay. Then everyone, I will revise the entire content with you. We will revise the entire chapter formulas and all we will revise once. For that, you want it in black or you want it in white? Black itself is fine up. White it will go. Or yellow you want? Okay. Red and hey. Customized color is there. Oh, that much is there. Oh, what if we write in red? Oh, yeah, no, it will be too much for us. We'll keep yellow. Let's see how it looks like. Yeah. Oh, it's not there. Background color, done. Oh, it is looking very bad. Oh, now itself I'm getting that. We will go for a normal color. We will write in white. Okay. Then dotted. Oh, this is some other faculties. I can't take that. Okay, fine. Let's go. We will start it. We have a line to paper. So you might not see the line. Oh, it's there. Good. Now, one by one we will see. First one. We studied about arithmetic mean. What was arithmetic mean for everyone? First one we have for what? Ungrouped data. For ungrouped data, what was your x bar? Ungrouped x bar was what, people? Sigma x divided by n. That was our ungrouped x bar. Everyone remember that? Then next one, AM for grouped data. Grouped x bar was what, people? We studied at sigma fx divided by sigma f. That also we studied. Then going to the next part. Okay. Next one was we studied about combined AM. That was what, people? X bar combined. I will write the term combined AM. Combined AM was nothing but XC bar. Combined is nothing but N1 X1 bar plus N2 X2 bar plus etc. based on the given number of terms divided by N1 plus N2 plus etc. That was the third one we studied regarding there. Then once I studied combined AM, I also taught you one more content which is called as what, people? Corrected X bar. Okay. So I will just give a glimpse about corrected X bar also over here. So corrected X bar was, if you remember, I will write the title, corrected mean. We were finding like what, people? That is nothing but the X bar wrong into n minus which values, people? Wrong values. It was actually more than a formula. It is a process. Plus what, people? Correct values. The entire thing divided by what, people? N. That was our what? X bar corrected or our corrected mean. So these were the things we studied from what? AM. You remember this? Yes. Hopefully everyone remember this. If so, it's well and good. We can go for the next type. Okay. Next one was what, people? Second one was our GM. Everyone remember GM? GM is nothing but two content were there. First one for ungrouped. Ungrouped was what, people? Ungrouped I will write. Ungrouped GM. Ungrouped GM was what? Product of all the observations. The entire thing raised to what, people? 1 divided by n. That means we need to take the product and everything. But our shortcut was what, people? We were using a shortcut. What was the shortcut we were using? Shortcut is, I will write the shortcut. Shortcut was, we were writing option raised to n or GM raised to n is equal to product. Whichever option gave us that answer, that was our particular option. Then I am not writing for group data. Why? Because that will not be there. Even if it is there, we can separately do it. I told you that day. Correct? Pakka. Then coming to the third one. That is the next one which is mentioned over here. I'll just draw another line. Done. Which one was the third one? Yes, Angel, which was the third one? Third one was, one second. Third one was, third one was, yes, third one was for HM, correct? HM we studied for ungrouped, correct? Ungrouped HM. What was our ungrouped HM, people? We studied it like this. N divided by summation of all the reciprocal. Correct? N divided by sigma 1 by x. Then for group data, how did I study? Grouped HM. That is nothing but what people? N divided by sigma F divided by X. That was my grouped HM. Now, if I remember this grouped HM, I can also learn one more thing. That was combined HM. If you remember, combined HM. That was what people, I write it as N1 plus N2 plus N3, the given set of observation, etc., etc., divided by N1 by H1 plus N2 by H2 plus N3 by H3. Based on the number of observation, we will write. Okay, that is my combined HM. Once I get the combined HM, our AM, GM, HM were done. But if you ask me, we need to combine everything with a relation. Then only my entire formula will be over. Correct? My entire formula set will only be over if I combine everything with a relation which will be containing everything. What was the relation which we were using to combine everything? If you remember, what was it, people? That means I know root of AM is what, people? GM is what, people? GM is equal to root of or AM into HM. Then for positive quantities, what I told you, people? Whenever the given things are positive, A is greater than or equal to, G is greater than or equal to H, or AM is greater than or equal to, GM is greater than or equal to HM. What if it is positive and equal? A is equal to G is equal to H. Correct? Positive observation. What if positive and unequal? Positive and unequal means? Yes, positive and unequal. That also I will mention here. Positive and unequal. Positive and unequal. A is greater than, G is greater than H. So in a single page, our entire AM, GM, HM is there. Entire mean is there. Okay. Now, which is the best measure of average? Arithmetic mean. Which is the best measure of sample tendency? Mean itself. Then, when are we using GM? That also I'll mention here. When are we using, people, GM? When percentage is involved. Okay, what is involved? When percentages is involved, which is the best measure? GM. When are we using HM? HM is involved whenever rate of change is involved, or we will call it as what, people? Speed, then units per rupees, everything will be coming under that. Then coming to the next topic. The next topic was given to be what, people? We studied about median, then quartile, then partition, everything together. But I will only write one formula. Okay. Median, I will write it as, I know it is the average of, the middle value and the next value. If two values are there, first, middle two values, average is median. But in general, if I write it as a formula, how will I write? 1 by 2 into n plus 1th value. Okay. Now, what if I say for quartile? What if the question is based on quartile? Quartile will become Q quartile. I will write it as, in general, I will write it as I by 4 into n plus 1th value. Why am I using I by 4 into n plus 1th value? If quartile 1 means I is equal to 1. Then quartile 2 means I is equal to 2. Quartile 3 means I is equal to 3. That way we can put. So I will just say QI. Instead of writing directly, I can say this entire thing is applicable for what, people? For QI. If quartile 1, 1 by 4. Quartile 2, 2 by 4. Quartile 3, 3 by 4. That way I can write. Then, people, coming to the next part. If it is decile, what will happen? Decile. Yes, decile, it will become di will be I divided by 10 into n plus 1th value. Okay, done. That way, I can be what, all, people? 1, 2, 3, etc. till what? 9. Not more than that. Why? Maximum decile is T9. Then similarly for percentile, that you can assume it. Okay. Then next particular case, we are going for, this was for what people? For our ungrouped data. I am writing the title to be ungrouped. Now what I am trying to tell is you can also learn it this way. If you learn it this way, automatically you will start remembering things. Okay, that is the way you should revise. Then in general, I will write median was what people? Median for grouped. Okay, whenever we go for grouped, median was what people? I can say LCB plus n by 2 into what people? N by 2 minus cumulative frequency of previous divided by what people? Cumulative frequency of previous divided by frequency of median class into C. So, if it was quartile, it n by 2 will become in by 4. If it will be decile, in by 10. If it is percentile, in by 100, it will become. Why am I using the word I? Because at the end of the day, everything is what? Based on the question, it will change I value. Okay. Then, mode. Going towards mode. Mode has another name. What is the another name of mode? Mode is called as another name, people, fashionable average. Median is called as what, people? Positional average. Mode for grouped data. Ungrouped is very easy. For grouped, how to find the mode, people? For mode is equal to what, people? Lower class boundary plus frequency of the model class minus frequency of the previous class divided by 2 into frequency of model minus frequency of previous minus frequency of next. The entire thing multiplied with what? C. That was your mode. And if you ask me, we can combine everything, correct? We can combine everything using a single formula. What was the single formula which we can use to combine each and everything? That was MIMO is equal to how many MIMI? 3 MIMI. Can I write it as mean minus mode is equal to 3 into what? Mean minus median. This was the formula combining everything. So if that is done, our entire central tendency is done. When we are going forward, dispersion. Inside dispersion, can I divide everything into two parts, people? Rather than just writing everything over here, I'll just divide the entire content into two parts. First one, there is absolute measure, correct? Absolute measures are there, absolute. Then second one is what? The relative measure. So relative measures are there. First I am going to ask you, what is the first one? Range, largest minus smallest. Then coefficient of range, people. Coefficient of range is equal to largest minus smallest divided by largest plus smallest into 100. That was the first one, correct? Then going to the second one, mean deviation. That is basically summation of modulus of x minus x bar divided by n. For group data, mean deviation will become what, people? Summation of f into modulus of x minus x bar divided by n. Then, people, the third one or the second one over here, what is it? Coefficient of mean deviation. That was what, people? Mean deviation divided by arithmetic mean into 100. That is also done. Then the third one is standard deviation. For ungrouped data, two formulas are there. What is it? Root of sigma x minus x bar the whole square divided by n, or it is what, people? Can I write it as root of sigma f into x minus x bar the whole square divided by n. Okay. Then, this is for group data itself. For ungrouped data, we will write it separately. Sigma x square by n minus x bar the whole square. That are the two formulas of standard deviation for grouped. For ungrouped, standard deviation is equal to, grouped, it will become sigma f into x minus x bar the whole square divided by sigma f. Then, what is the corresponding standard deviation's relative measure? Coefficient of variation. What was that, people? Coefficient of variation is nothing but standard deviation divided by arithmetic mean into 100. So these were the things we learned basically or in the initial stages, correct? Then what is the last measure? The last measure is called as quartile deviation. So quartile deviation was what? It was much more easy for me, correct? So last one was what, people? Quartile deviation. So quartile deviation was QD. QD was nothing but Q3 minus Q1 divided by 2. Then what was coefficient of QD? Coefficient of QD, which is the fourth one, that is Q3 minus Q1 divided by Q3 plus Q1 into 100, or I can write it as QD divided by median into 100. This was our entire dispersion. Okay, then if you actually revise using this itself, you will learn the entire content. Okay, you can solve it. Just this calculator. How can I relate everyone together? I will wind it up here itself. The relationship between all the people. How can I relate them together? Can I write it as 2SD, okay, is equal to 2.5 MD is equal to how many QTs? 3 QTs. Anything else is remaining? None of it are remaining. Everything is done. I think we can study the entire formulas in how many pages? 4 pages for this chapter. But if you ask me, this is the chapter with the most number of formulas. Okay, I'll share the PDF also to you guys. You can make use of it. Then we will take the break. Okay, everyone come back by, before that we need to take attendance, right? First we will take attendance, then we will go for it. Okay. Stuff your online, please mark it. Then everyone can come back by 5:05. Okay, come back by 5:05. 35 minutes break we will take. Oh, what happened? Yeah, something went wrong. Some network issue happened. Some network issues there. We will take it after. Yes, after the break we will take it. Everyone come back by 5:05. Hmm? You got the workbook? No, you didn't get it. Huh? Okay, okay. Ismail, I will mark after this one. Some attendance, some network issue was there for that. Okay, Ismail. After the break, we will come. Okay. Yeah.
Speaking of சொல்லுங்க.
Six.
அதான் வரும். யார் லாஸ்ட் டைம் ஃபோன் பண்ணாங்க. இது ஆர்டர்ல வேணாம். டேபிள்ல கொடுத்தா குரூப் குரூப்ல தான் நம்ம அசிஸ்டிங் ஆர்டர்லாம் பார்ப்போம். குரூப்லலாம் பார்ப்போம். இதுல இருந்து நான் வீடியோ கண்டுபிடிக்கிறேன். எங்க வீடியோவே இல்லையே. டாபிக் டிஸ்கஷன். இதான் தப்பா? அப்புறம் இந்த மக்கள் கூட நீங்க நெசசரி இருக்கு தெரியுமா உங்களுக்கு? இது குரூப் மலர்ச்சி சார் குரூப் இது வந்து டீச்சர்ஸோட நாள். எப்படி டீச்சர்ஸ் 4-5 சம்திங். அதான் செப்டம்பர் 5 டீச்சர்ஸ் டே. அது வந்து ராமகிருஷ்ணன் கோபாலகிருஷ்ணன். உங்களுக்கு 18 ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணாங்களா? 18
Don't do that. Is it? Okay. And I was thinking, what is happening? Fine. Now everything is audible. Yes, Ismail Abdul, everything is audible. Yes, have you taken the attendance? If so, can we continue with the class? Everyone is ready for it? Done. Okay. Yes, going to the new topic that is called as index number. You can get 5 to 6 marks from this chapter. Okay, 5 to 6 marks can be there from this chapter, and the usual weightage is you will be getting 5 marks. Okay, that is the usual weightage of this particular chapter, and it is very easy to get. Always the questions are direct. Now people, the basic usage of index number is to compare price or quantity or value over two different time periods. What did I just say? Now I will just take you to the stock market. Okay, randomly I will write. I mean, stock market or something, automatically it will pop up. It's not coming. Today I will write. Maybe it will come. Let's see. Again also it's not coming. Oh, what to do? Let's see whether we can open this. Yeah, good. They are not asking for login, logout and all. They are not asking. Now people, if, no, don't. Okay, here, something is mentioned. It's not loading down. Something is mentioned over here. So here Nifty 50 is mentioned, right? Nifty 50 is a unit or an index of which one? NSE, our National Stock Exchange. That is the 50, we are considering the 50 best company with market capitalization we are considering, and accordingly we are telling. Now people, if you ask me, today day changed, it is showing that a green color 264, that means the market got up. I mean the market value got up and it became how much? 24,250. Okay, now let me check whether I can put some it's not there. Let's see, we will go with something else. Yeah, good one. This is the best one we can do. Right now, BSE, our Bombay Stock Exchange, is having a index called as Sensex, and the Sensex today it is what? 77,654. Now if I go 1 year back, okay, 1 year back also it was like how much a decrease happened. If I go 5 year back, okay, 25,067 increase happened. Now if you ask me, around this 13th August 2021 or 30th July 2021, the value was around 52,581. Now it became what people? It became around 77,654. Is there an increase? Yes, around 25,000 increase is there. Now people, with this index, what am I doing? I am telling that the market value went up. So if an investor made or invested some money that time, usually it should, according to the trend, their investment money would have increased or not. So basically, in our index, what we are going to do is, using our index number, what we are going to do is, we are going to compare price or quantity or value of a commodity over two different time periods. For example, 1 year back and this year is a time period, right? 5 year back and this year is a time period, right? So with respect to 5 years back, or example I am telling, with respect to 2020, how much increase in price happened? Or with respect to 2020, how much decrease in quantity purchase happened? All those things we can learn with respect to what people? Index number. That's what we are going to do here. Understood that base? Now people, we are usually expressing or we are usually finding this index number in geometric mean. The reason is index numbers are always expressed in percentages. Okay, so which is the best measure of average whenever percentage is involved? Geometric mean. We know that, right? The best measure of average whenever percentage is involved is what, people? Geometric mean. Okay, that's why geometric mean is considered as the best average for constructing index number. Can we go directly to the topic? We will be using examples after example to learn this. First topic is called as relatives. Relatives means there are two types of relative. First one is price relative. Second one is quantity relative. First I will show you what is price relative. Price relative is nothing but sometimes you will have a current year price. For example, my calculator is costing 400 rupees now. That is the current year price. Now, in 1985, the calculator price was around P0. Let it be 200. Then we are going to find a price relative or an index where you are taking current year price divided by base year price into what, people? 100. Why am I multiplying with 100? Because I always want it in percentages. I am just putting some value. Okay. For example, some commodities are there. Tell me some commodity name. Which all commodities you want? Okay, I am putting pencil because we are going to write CA Foundation exam. Then we are going to put what? Rubber or what? The eraser. Yes, eraser. Then we have our cutter, also called as sharpener. Okay, sharpener is there. And the main person, finally, who is the main person, people? That is our calculator. We want that. Okay. Now, let it be the year 1995. Let it be the year 2026. The price of pencil in 1995. We don't know the quantity. I'm just writing the price. Let it be 50. Currently, the price is around 150. Then, in 1995, eraser price, let it be around 30. Now, let it be around 400. Then, our sharpener is there, right? Sharpener, let it be like 400. Now, let it be around 4,000. Okay. Then, finally, calculator, it was 300. Now, let it be around 700. Likewise, we have some commodity and we have some values. I am going to find price relative of, my question is, price relative of eraser taking 1995 as the base year. So, what is the current year price? 400. Divided by what is the base year price? 30. Multiplied with what? 100. How much is the answer, people? 400 into 100 divided by 30. That is 1333.3333. So, did the price went up or went down? It went up. Using the index itself, I am telling that 30 became this much, means some sort of increment is there in the price. Purinjada price relative. Everyone. Then what is the price relative of calculator? 700 divided by 300 into 100. How much is it? 700 divided by 300 into 100 will give you 233.33. Then what is of pencil? 150 divided by what, people? 50 into what? 100. How much is it? 300. Then what is of sharpener? 4000 divided by 400 into what? 100. That is how much? 1000. That is the price relative. Okay. Is it expressed in percentage? Yes. We are multiplying with what, people? 100. It is expressed in percentage. Logish clear? So that is called as price relative. Here it might be written as PN. Okay. For current year, people, current year, okay, current year price. Usually we will write it as PN or we will write it as P1. If you want to call it as PC, call it as PC. At the end of the day, it is not going to change anything. Then base year, whichever we are comparing it to. Base year, that I am calling it as P0. That is the usual wording. Okay. Base year price. Online, everyone understood this. Ganesh, Merlin, Ismail, Abdul, everyone got the basic idea behind this? If so, price relative is price of the current year divided by price of the base year into 100. Then what will be quantity relative? Quantity of the current year divided by quantity of the base year into 100. Okay. Whatever I tell in terms of price can be converted into what? Quantity. Pakka. Everyone understood the base. Is the base clear for everyone? Lokesh, everyone, is it clear? Nishan, is it clear? Rakshana, Abhinaya, yes. Nivashni, is it clear? Angel, done. Getsi, got it? Yes. Dev, done. Online. Ganesh, Merlin, Ismail, Abdul, everyone. Yes. Next one is, we are going to learn two methods. One is simple index method and weighted index method. And about 3 questions for our examination will only be from this. Rest 2 can be from anywhere else. Okay, 2 or 3 according to the weightage, it can be from anywhere else. So, we are going to, and we will be finishing this particular part in around 1 hour itself. We will be finishing our major part of this chapter along with this. That is called as methods of constructing what? Index numbers. Now people, there are 2 methods. First one is simple index number. Second one is weighted index number. First we will discuss about simple index number. Now you will ask, sir, why are we having different ways? The thing is, now in science also, one person would have identified one method. Similarly, different methods are already, they kandupidichare. So, what to do? We will be studying all those things. How we can do it with different methods. Okay, that's what we are going to do. First one is simple aggregative method or simple aggregative price index that is given by SAPI or SAPI. SAPI is what people? Simple aggregative price index. And that is very easy to learn. That is sum of the sigma P1 means, can anyone tell me? Sum of current year prices. Just like our chapter number sigma X. Sum of current year prices. Then can anyone tell me that is what is sigma P0? That is sum of base year prices. I don't want you guys to mug up this because we will be taking one example. With the example we will learn so that it will be easy for you. Now tell me some commodity. Which year you want? You want Gandhi age or you want Modi age? First Gandhi age, 1947. Then we are going for we will go to 1989. 2 different years. And I am telling 1989 is my current year. Okay. Now what if they say that 1947 is current year? We should do it according to that question. Don't say, hey, how can a smaller number be current year? No. Don't say that. They will get the answer. So according to the question, you should answer. Okay. I am telling that prices of our current year are P1 and prices of our base year are, P0 in 1947. Tell me some commodities. Yeah, Gandhi is there. Salt Satyagraha. Salt. Then gold. What else is it?
Gun.
Gun. No. No violence. Yeah.
Stick.
What?
Stick.
Stick. Okay, done. Then
Glasses.
glasses. Okay. Then anything else, people? Dhoti? Mundu? Yes. Enough. This much is enough. Now I am going to say price of the salt. Let it be around 50 rupees. We don't know the quantity. We are just taking the price. 50 rupees. Now the price is around 300. Then gold, let it be around 10 rupee. Now let it be around 1000 rupee. Then stick, let it be around 20 rupee. Now let it be around 45 rupees. Done. Then glasses, let it be around 100 rupee. Now let it be around 200 rupees. Okay. So current year and base year prices are given. Now we are going to find what, people? We are going to find the value of what? We are going to find SAPI. Correct? SAPI means what? SAPI, I told you. That is SAPI. SAPI is sum of all the current year prices divided by sum of all the base year prices into what, people? 100. Everyone get me the answer. Sum of all the current year prices is how much? 300 plus 1000 plus 45 plus 200. Save it in the memory. Divide it with 50 plus 10 plus 20 plus 100, all the current year base year prices into 100. How much are you getting? How much? How much? 858.858.333. Okay, so that is your SAPI. Very easy, right? They will always directly ask this. One of the easiest concepts. That is SAPI. Everyone is clear with SAPI? Now, what if I take this as my current year and this as my base year? It will automatically change. Okay, so don't need to be bothered about that. At the end of the day, it will automatically change. That we can do it in another example or something. Now, can anyone tell me price relative of gold? What is price relative? That is nothing but 1000 divided by 10 into 100. How much is it, people? 10,000 or? Yes, 10,000 percentage is price relative. That also we have studied. If so, I will take you to the second method. Second method is called as symbol relative price index or SRPI. Okay, I'll do one thing. I'll just, oh, it's not coming. Yes, I'll take the same values. I'm not going to take a different value. First one is SAPI, where the sum of all the current year divided by sum of all the base year quantities into what? 100. Then SRPI or symbol relative price index is given by SRPI is sum of P1 by P0. What is the meaning of sum of P1 by P0? We need to find the ratio. Then we need to click M plus. Okay. The entire thing is divided by N. N is nothing but how many quantities are there, how many types of commodities are there, number of commodities. Now tell me, N is how much over here? 1, 2, 3, 4. N is equal to what? 4. We have N is equal to 4. Then, people, we are going to find summation of P1 by P0. Okay. So, for salt, P1 value is how much? 300. Clear the memory? 300 divided by 50. M plus or M minus? M plus. Next one, 1000 divided by 10. M plus or M minus? M plus. Then 45 divided by 20. M plus or M minus? M plus. Then 200 divided by 10. M plus or M minus? M plus. Then finally what, people? MRC. Divide it with how many commodities are there? 4. Multiply it with what? 100. How much did you get? 2,756.25. Okay, that's our answer. Understood the method? Clear, huh? SAPI is clear, SRPI is clear for everyone? Well and good. Amrit, you got it? Yes. And what if I tell you? Usually you will get a question from one of it. Now, whoever thinks or index number, the name itself is complicated. Will they get the mark? No. Who know the very basic, they will get the marks. Can we try? Are you guys ready? Done? We will solve some question. Then I will come back again. I want to tell some theory part also here. Yes, Nivashini, can we go for the question? Yes, Abhinaya, Lokesh, online everyone, Ganesh, Merlin, Ismail, Abdul, Adil, everyone. What is the question they have given over here? Read it and accordingly tell me. Symbol index number for the current year using the symbol aggregative method for the following data is the question. That means they are asking you what? Symbol aggregative method means SAPI. Now SAPI means what, people? Can I say that that is summation of current year prices divided by summation of base year prices into kya? Into 100. Okay, into 100. Now, what is sum of all the current year prices? P1. We need to add. Take your calculator and save it. How much is it? 800. 100 plus 150 plus 250. Now, I will tell you, it's better the other way around. Don't find it in the other way. We will find it only in calculator. Okay. Whenever we are finding in calculator, clear the memory and find the denominator first. Take your calculator. Everyone. We are going to do it in calculator. 80 plus 100 plus 120 plus 200. Then we are clicking which button? M plus. I am saving that denominator value in my calculator memory. Then I am going to find my numerator. Okay, that is 100 plus 150 plus 250 plus 300. Then people, I got some value in my calculator, 800 you have in calculator. I need to divide it with sigma P0, which is already there in my memory. I will click what? MRC. Then I will do what? Multiply it with 100. I will get the answer. How much is the answer you are getting? That. So that way we will do it. Otherwise, if I write it, then you will also write. I don't want that. Because at the end of the day, we are going to solve these type of questions inside exam hall just like this. Because we need to save time. Okay. Done. Pakka. Online, please confirm to me. Yes. Abdul, Ismail, Merlin, Ganesh, everyone, please confirm. Adil. Now, how much is the answer? SAPI is equal to 160. Then another question. You know, obviously it will be based on what? Symbol relative method. Okay. SRPI. Now, what are they asking? Index number for the year 2012 taking 2011 as the base year. So who is the base year price? Our 2011 price is base year and 2012 price is what? Current year. Now before going further forward, we need to know the formula for SRPI. What is SRPI formula, people? That is summation of P1 divided by P0. Ratio we need to take and add. Divided by N. The entire thing multiplied with what, people? 100 I should do. Correct? Now, will I write something? No. I will take my calculator. Everyone take your calculator. So, don't do the ulta. So, do it properly. Which is P1? 125 is P1. So, accordingly do it. 125. Clear the memory. Okay. 125 divided by 115. M plus. 117 divided by 108. M plus. 108 divided by 95. M plus 95 divided by 80 M plus 95 divided by 90 M plus then MRC divided with N. How much is the N value? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. N is equal to how much? 5. Then people multiply it with what? 100. How much is the answer? Everyone got it as triple one? Yes. That is SAPI and SRPI. One of the direct topic. Clear? Done? Everyone? Yes. Now, I want to ask you. If price, okay, randomly I am asking. What if it was price of a petrol? It will be like rupees per liter. Correct? That means current year and base year price, if I am taking, for example, currently the price is how much? 110. 110 rupees per liter divided by, in 2000 it was 20 rupees. Divided by 20 rupees per liter. Units will get cancelled off, right? So people, I want to tell you with an add-on over here. SAPI unit dependent. That means SAPI has a unit and the unit will not get cancelled off in SAPI. For example, I added what? Now for example, salt is there. Let it be in kilogram. I am adding rupees per kilogram. Then gold is there. I am adding what? Maybe rupees per gram. I will not consider the unit, but so it is unit dependent. Based on the unit, SAPI value will change. But SRPI is unit independent. It will not have a unit because why? When we take the ratio, the units will get cancelled off. So who is unit dependent? Who is unit dependent? SAPI is unit dependent. SRPI is what? Unit independent. Keep that in your mind. Sometimes it will be useful. You might get a question also. Okay. So that is your symbol index numbers. Direct or indirect. One of the most direct topic. Then coming to the next one, which is called as weighted index number. There are mainly 5 we are going to learn. Everything is very easy to learn. We will learn with examples itself so that whatever may be the question which come for examination, we will be able to do it. Okay, are you guys ready? Now, if you remember our red boy's toxic relationship with our green girl, what did our green girl was doing to our red boy? She was putting a weight. She was not allowing, you can run 3 kilometer, 4 kilometer, 5 kilometer, but I will tell how many times you should run. Correct? Weight was given by our green girl. Similarly, in weighted index number, what will happen is, there will be a weight. Sometimes that weight can be quantity of current year. Sometimes the quantity of base year will be taking. So likewise, they will give a weight. Okay. Based on that, we are going to learn what? Weighted index number. Now, people, everything is important. One or the other question will be there from one of this, maybe more than one. Okay. There are different types. First type of weighted index number is called by a name called as Lappe index number. What is the name, da? Lappe. Some people would have called it in school like Laspirus. Some people will have called like Laspirus. At the end of the day, I will call it as Lappe. That's all. Okay, it's pronounced that way. Lappe. Lappe index number. Now, I will just create a table. We will use the same table for all the examples so that it will be easy for you to understand. Which year you want? Which year you guys were born? 2008. Okay. You are the oldest one here. I am young. Yes. 2008. Then, which year you want currently? Let it be like 2009 or 2019 we will take. Before COVID. Okay. Then. Or we will take 2020. Correct? That is the correct time. 2028. During COVID. We will take some commodities which was in use at the time. Now people, I am going to tell you guys some commodities and some quantities. Everything I will be telling. So people, 2008 is there. Then 2020 is there. Now people, prices are there. Okay. I am taking this as base year. So P0 and the quantity is Q0. Similarly, here P1 is there and Q1 is there. Quantity is what? Q1. If I am taking it as Pn and Qn, is it okay? Yes. Yeah, in current year either can be called as P1 or Pn. That way we can call. Now people, some of the commodities which are, for example, sanitizer. Nobody even heard about sanitizer in 2008. Okay. Then there is something called as mask. Yeah. Then there is something called as what else? Gloves. Correct. Gloves was there. Then what else was there? Face shield. Okay, good. Shield is there. Likewise, we were having different commodities. Okay. Now I am telling, in 2008, randomly I am putting prices and quantity. I am not telling which unit, what unit and all. I am putting random values. Sanitizer, let it be 100. Quantity was 45. Then, or 4 I will keep. Then, mask, let it be 200. Let it be 6. Then, gloves, let it be 150. Let it be 2. Then, shield, let it be 200. Let it be 1. Then in 2020, the sanitizer, let it be around 1000. Then quantity, let it be 4 or 5 I will keep, increase quantity. Then 2050, let it be 7 quantity. Then 3000, okay. And I am keeping, let it be like 6 quantity. Then around 4000 and I am keeping around 2 quantity. Likewise, you understood, right? I gave some random prices for this much quantity. I don't know how much is it. I don't know it's in kilogram. I don't know it's in what unit. I don't know. But we know the price and we know the quantity. Everything is given. So this will be our example for throughout this entire concept. We will be using the same example. Now people, first one, Lappe came up with an index number and he called itself as Lappe's index number. Yeah. Now some actors will call themselves as, yeah, I am not telling any name because I know that many people will get offended. Yes. In Kerala, there is Mohanlal. Mohanlal started a website long back. His website name was completeactor.com. Completeactor.com. Oh, he himself called him complete actor. So then everyone started calling him complete actor. Okay, likewise, just like that. Yeah, the best CA Foundation Max faculty is here. Okay, just like that. They will call the same way. Now, here, people, current year is there, base year is there. Now, for lab pay index, our formula is, that is, L is equal to summation of P1Q0. P1Q0 means we will multiply it with price of the current year of a quantity into multiplied with what, people? Quantity of the current year divided by sigma P0 Q0. The entire thing is multiplied with what, people? 100. Now people, in order to remember this, we can always take like lab pay index number is taking what as the weight? Base year quantity is the weight. Remember it, previous year question. Okay, what is the weight in lab pay index number? Base year quantity. Very, very important. What is the base in lab pay index number? The weight in lab pay index number? Base year quantity. That's why we are multiplying with Q0 in both the places. That way you should remember. Now, another way is there. That is a shortcut way. Lab pay is nothing but Pico by Poco into 100. P1 Q0 divided by P0 Q0 into 100. Sigma is there. Now, take your calculator. Okay. But we might require to write something because memory calculation is there in numerator and denominator. Okay. Clear the memory. One by one we are going to do. First one is, I am going to find the denominator or numerator, whichever is fine. Anyway, we want to use memory calculation. I am finding sigma P1 Q0. Take your calculator. People, P1 Q0 means 1000 into 4. Take your calculator, 1000 into 4, M plus. Then 2050 into 6, M plus. 3000 into 2, M plus. Then what is the next value? 4000 into 1, M plus. Then which button I should click? MRC. How much are you getting for Pico? That is sigma P1 Q0. How much is it? How much da? 26,300. Let it be there. Okay, let it be there. Then people, we need to find the next value denominator, that is P0 Q0. Get me the value. Sigma P0 Q0. Sigma P0 Q0 means P0 should be multiplied with Q0. How much is it, people? 10 into 100 into 4, M plus. 200 into 6, M plus. 150 into 2, M plus. 200 into 1, M plus. Then which button you are going to click? MRC. How much is it, people? 2100. So take the ratio of both, then you can easily find the value of our lab pay. That is nothing but what? 26,300 divided by 2100 into 100. How much is the percentage?
12.5.
How much?
12.5
Into 100. 1252 percentage something is there. So that is our lab pay index number. So 1252.143, correct? So that is lab pay. I hope everyone understood lab pay. Clear? So lab pay takes, I am telling you the theory question which came in the past. Which of the following is taken as the weight in lab pay index number? Base year quantity. Okay, base year quantity is taken as the weight in what? Lab pay index number. Then another question I will ask you. Retail price, wholesale price is based on which of the index? Wholesale price, think about it. In wholesale price, usually the price is lower, correct? Compared to the retail and all, wholesale price is always lower. Now, if you think wholesale price always increase with respect to the whichever value, like in the base year, how much was the value, how much it was increment will be happening. Based on the base year value only, our wholesale prices increases. Okay, so in wholesale price is taking always lab pay index number as the base. So wholesale price index is based on what? Lab pay index number. Another theory question. Okay, so first one, weight of lab pay, base year quantity. Okay, then what is the formula for lab pay? Summation of P1Q0 divided by P0Q0 into 100. Then people, going to the next concept that is called as Paget index number. Now people, the major thing over here is it here takes what as the weight? Current year quantity. So Paget or Pascas, you would have called it as what? Pascasa? Paget. Okay, fine. Paget index number is taking what as the base? Current year quantity is the weight. Okay. Another previous year question. Which of the following is the weight of Paget index number? Who is that people? Current year quantity. Then formula looks like this. Now picky by pocky into 100. That is summation of P1Q1 divided by summation of P0Q1 into 100. That is the formula for finding Paget index number. Then if that is done, these are the two major formulas you should remember. Rest of it automatically will come to you because there are some reasons. I'll show you the reasoning also. Now we will find for this. Get me the answer. Get me the answer for Paget index now. First you need to find summation of what people? I need to find summation of P1Q1. What is P1Q1? 1000 into 5. Do that. 1000 into 5 m plus. Next one people, 2050 into 7 m plus. Then 3000 into 6 m plus. Then 4000 into 2 m plus. How much is the value of numerator? P1Q1 is how much people after clicking MRC? 45,350. Everyone got the numerator. Divide it with how to find the denominator, that is sigma P0Q1. How to do that? The P0 is 100 into 5. Do that, people. 100 into 5 m plus 200 into 7 m plus 150 into 6 m plus then 200 into 2 m plus finally click what people? MRC. How much is the denominator? 8,000? 3,200. The entire thing multiplied with 100 people. How much is your answer? 1417.18%. Clear? Done. So we studied currently 4 concepts, if you ask me. Which is the best average for finding an index number? Arithmetic mean or geometric mean? Geometric mean. Why geometric mean? Because percentages are there. I told you, whenever percentages are there, which is the best measure? Geometric mean is the best measure. See how we connected? I will also connect another chapter along with that. Okay, in the future. Then we studied price relative. What is price relative? That is price of the current year divided by price of the base year into 100. That is called as price relative. Then we studied what people? Quantity relative. Quantity of the current year divided by quantity of the base year into 100. Then symbol index numbers. First one SAPI. SAPI. What was SAPI? Sum of all the current year prices divided by sum of all the base year prices into what people? 100. Then we studied the second one. SRPI, symbol relative price index. What was it? Summation of P1 by P0 divided by N into 100. That means we are taking the ratio of prices, dividing with N, multiplying with 100. Then came to weighted index number. 2 things we learned. First one is LAPE. LAPE is what people taking what as the weight? Current year quantity or base year quantity? Base year quantity. That's the reason why wholesale price index is based on LAPE index. Then people, second one we studied what? Paget index number. Weight is what? Base is what people? 6 marks. Base is current year quantity. Then I am going to ask you a question. What is the formula for LAPE? Sigma P1Q0 divided by sigma P0Q0 into 100. Then what is the formula for Paget? Sigma P1Q1 divided by sigma P0Q1 into 100. Done. If you know this much itself, rest of it I'll show you how to do it. That is much more faster. Everyone is ready? Now people, we have the third one. Bowley's index number. Okay, what is it? Bowley's index number. Now people, the easiest way to remember this I'll teach you. Which letter is before B? A, correct? So Bowley's index number is nothing but arithmetic mean of Lappe and Pache. Okay, so Bowley is what people? L plus P divided by 2. That way you can remember. Because at the end of the day, we should just remember it. We'll automatically get the answer. Then, people, Fisher's index number. After F, which is the next letter? So, Fisher is what? Geometric mean of Lappe and Pache. That's what is given as F is equal to root of L into P. Easy. Rest of it. So, I don't know what is the basic formula. Instead of Lappe, you will put Lappe formula. Instead of Pache, you will put what? Pache formula. Automatically, things are going to be easy for you. Okay. Separately find Lappe, separately find Pache, then multiply them and take the root. So, we studied now 7 or 6 things in a single line. So, which are the weighted index numbers, people? As of now, first one is Lappe. I am re-narrating it because they will ask. Okay. Lappe is what? Which is the quantity? Base year quantity. We are taking weight is base year quantity. So, sigma P1 Q0 divided by sigma P0 Q0 into 100. Then, in Pache, what is the weight? Current year quantity. So, sigma P1 Q1 divided by sigma P0 Q1 into 100. Then, third one is Bowley index number, that is B. Before B, A is there. Arithmetic mean of Lappe and Pache, L plus P divided by 2. Then, Fisher is what? Geometric mean of Lappe and Pache. Then you will be like, sir, there is a crazy formula for Fisher. You didn't say that. Why didn't you say that? Because that is nothing but what? This is what people? Paches. This is what people? Lappe. So if I take the root, 100 will anyway come outside the root. 100 into 100 is 100 square. Coming out of the root, it will become what? 100. That's why I am not going to teach you this formula. If you learn this, too much. But we will remember Lappe and Pache. Okay? Done. Pakka. Kandipa. Unmaya. Sollu. Pakka. Done. Yeah. Clear. Done. Unmaya is right word, right? Kandipa. Unmaya. Understood, right? Yes. Perfect. Everyone got it. Well earned.
Using only
Kandipa. Full stop. Then Nejama. Oh. Nenjama means? Nenjama means? There is nothing is there. Then song is there, right? Nenjame. Nenjame means?
Heart.
Oh.
Calling the heart.
Okay. In the future, our red boy might.
just
Nenjame. Oh, some song is there. I know. Yes. Fine. The last one. Marshall's index number. Last and final person. Okay. In Marshall's index number, here we will take average. The weight is nothing but I'll mention. Weight is average of base and current year quantity. Okay, make a note of it, people. What is Marshall's index number? Weight is average of what and what? Base year and current year quantity. So that's why it is sigma P1 into Q0 plus Q1. Actually, there is a 2 over here. Okay, similarly here also Q0 plus Q1 divided by 2 is there. Actually, the 2 will get cancelled. That's why we are writing it as summation of. Anyway, in numerator, current year prices should only be there, right? Sigma P1 into Q0 plus Q1 divided by sigma P0 into Q0 plus Q1. That way you can write. So we have done all the index numbers which will usually come for exam. Then we can solve the questions. Once we solve the question, we will get a better hand-on experience with this. Then we will go for some certain topics are there where 2 or maybe 3 marks can come for examination. Okay, these are the major part. Now, can we start off?
Can't this be said like Lappe plus?
No, we can't. Okay.
asking daily.
Which one? The theory. Usually theory will be there. From this chapter, I think last attempt, 4 question was theory. Direct theory. That's why we should know the basics. That's why I'm re-narrating again and again. But there was an attempt also. Think about it. They asked for Marshall, Lappe, Pache, everything. 3 questions were there in 2021, I guess. One of the attempt. That means calculation is there. That way also they can ask according to their whatever will they want to do. Now try. Fishers is based on what, people? Geometric mean, right? Geometric mean of what and what? Lappe and Pache. We know this because we learned it. Correct? Next one. In Pache index number, weights are based on what? Pache is the second one. Current year quantity. Correct? That clear? Can I go for the next one? Tell me. In Lappe index number, dash are the weights. Base year quantity. Mainly we are dealing with quantities. Now people, there is an option called as both A or C was there. Base year price or base year quantity. That means if you are finding in terms of quantity, price will be the what? Base. Okay. But that is not usual for our examination. You can go for option C itself. Base year quantity. Clear our Rakshana? Then get me the answer. Easy question. Direct question. Try people. Unal muri. So there is a movie named Lucifer of Mohanlal. There is a crazy dialogue from Mohanlal in that movie. He says in Tamil. Okay. I know the meaning. Thambi nan tale alla, tale edukkiravan. Try. 120 or 165. Do it carefully. The Bowley's and Lappe index are given over here. Bowley index is nothing but 150. Lappe index is nothing but 180. We need to find Pache index number. First of all, what is Bowley index number? Bowley index number is Lappe plus Pache divided by 2. How much is Bowley? 150, which is equal to 180 plus P divided by 2. Cross multiply, people. Correct answer. 300 is equal to 180 plus P. How much is the value of P then, people? Go to the other side. It will become 120. Which option is the answer? Option A. Abdul, I think you directly took it, right? So, Bowley is the arithmetic mean of Lappe and Pache. Okay. Done now? Everyone got it? Pakka? Yes. Done. Then, Lappe index is 90. Okay. That's okay. Pache index is how much? 150. Then Fisher is how much? Fisher is nothing but root of Lappe into Pache. That is how much? Root of 90 into 160. Take your calculator. 90 into 160. Then click equal to root. How much are you getting, people? Everyone got that? Yes. 90 into what, people? Yes. Into 160. Then click equal to. We are going to click root. How much are you getting? 120. Which option? P. This way they will ask. Will you be able to do it until and unless you know the base? Not possible. Angel got it? Yes, Pakka? Yes. So first do what? Type 90 on calculator. Many people will make a mistake here. 90 into 160. Then click equal to. If you don't click equal to, you will be taking the root of 160. That will be a wrong answer. Then click root. Then you will be getting the answer for what? 120. Then next question, people. Wholesale price index is based on what? It is based on Lappe index. Why Lappe? We are taking the base year in terms of our wholesale prices. Then Fisher's index is obtained by what and what? Geometric mean of Lappe and Pache. Okay, I will repeat it again and again. The reason for repetition is it will come for exam. One or the other way. Okay. Then next question. Tell me the answer. Bowley index number is 150. Lappe index number is 180. Then I think we did the question, right? Pache is how much, people? 120. Yes, B is equal to L plus P divided by 2. That means 300 is equal to 180 plus P. So P is how much? 120. Now we are going to solve some questions. I mean numerical questions. Start off. Timer starts now. Should know the formula. Until and unless you know the formula, never going to happen. Pache, it is based on what quantity? Current year quantity. That way, if you remember, easy for you. Try people, you can do it. Yes, I believe in every one of you. Everyone is going home and practicing, right? Then only I'll believe. Otherwise, I'll not believe. I'll take it back. Go home, practice. Otherwise, it will be difficult. Okay. Oh, you should write. You understood, right? Which is current year, which is base year? Wow, for easy understanding, right? No. Okay. Okay, since she asked, I will write. Find the Pache index number for the prices for the following, taking 1970 as the base year. So, which is P1? This is P0. This is what? Q0. This is what? P1. This is what? Q1. Happy? Yes. Please do it.
261.36.
Is it? Which option? A. Okay, option A. Yeah? Let's go for the questions. Can we do it? Everyone? Questions. Find the Pache index number. First of all, we need to know what is Pache. What is Pache, people? Pache is nothing but P is equal to summation of what is the base over here, weight over here, people? Current year quantity, correct? Sigma P1 Q1 divided by sigma P0 Q1 into what, people? 100. Take your calculator, find them separately. Okay. First, find summation of P1 Q1. How to find P1 Q1? That is 3 into 5. 3 into 5. M plus 8 into 5. M plus then 10 into 6. M plus, that is how much, people? 150 now? 115 you will get. Then find the next one, people. Summation of P0 Q1. Correct? P0 Q1 means what? 1 into how much? The 5. Correct? 1 into 5. M plus, clear the memory and try. 3 into 5. M plus, then what, people? 4 into 6. How much? 4 into 6. M plus, are you getting 44? Yes, we are getting 44. Then, people, what is our Pache? That is nothing but put the values. 115 divided by what, people? 44 into what, people? 100. Are you getting 261.36 something you are getting? Option A is your answer. What if it was Lappe? Same approach, but weight will be what? Q0. Weight will be what? Q0. Base year quantity will be our weight. Done, people. Done. Everyone online got it? Please confirm it to me. Then, next question. We need to find Fisher's index number. Yes, okay, perfect, great. என்ன கண்டுபிடிக்க போற? Fisher's ன கண்டுபிடிக்க போற. Now, people, everyone start doing it. We know that Fisher is nothing but what? Geometric mean of Lappe and Pache. Keep it in your mind. So, I will write Fisher is equal to root of Lappe and Pache. That I will write root of what? Lappe and Pache. Now, people, Fisher is nothing but I will write Lappe is what, people? Summation of P1 Q0 divided by summation of P0 Q0 into 100. If you want, you can write the 100 inside the root itself. No one is going to ask you, why did you write 100 inside? Then, well, the passage is what, people? Summation of P1 Q1 divided by summation of P0 Q1 into what, people? 100. Now put the values, whichever is given. Okay. That is given to be root of P1 Q0. How much is P1 Q0? 97 into 100. Then P1 Q1, that is 117 into 100 divided by P0 Q0, that is 116. Then what, people? Into P0 Q1. How much is P0 Q1? 140. Now how will I find it in calculator? Just by using calculator. Type 97 into 100 into 117 into 100 divided with 116 divided with 140, click equal to. Then finally I will click which button? Root button. How much are you getting?
83.99.
Perfect. Done. Now my question to everyone is, could have you done everything in calculator without writing this step? Yes. If you know, if we have a strong hold of formula for Lappe and Pache, we would have done, taking directly the calculator, we would have done this entire question just by writing this particular step. Okay, in calculator, not even write. Done. Clear? Pakka? Yes, Nishan, understood this stuff? Yes, once everyone get, I'll go for it. Online, Adil, Ganesh, Merlin, Ismail, Abdul, everyone confirm. I hope everyone got it. If not, also tell me. Yes, sure. Perfect. Timer starts now. We'll give you 2 minutes. Nothing more, nothing less. I will write it for you. Yes. So what is the weighted aggregative price index over 2001 with 2000 as the base year using Fisher? Okay, using Fisher we are going to find. So which is the base year? 2000. So this is P1. Sorry, this is P0. Then this is P1. Don't make that difference. Okay, this is Q0. This is what, people? Q1. Accordingly, take your calculator. Please find each value. Whatever you require, you find. We want every value, correct? P1 Q0 we want. Then we want P0 Q0 we want. Then P1 Q1 we want. Then P1 Q0 we want. Accordingly, find everything. Then put it in Fisher's formula by finding Lappe and Pache separately. Do it. You will get it. I gave you more than 2 minutes. 112.25. I think so. Correct. Now, first, remember what all values you want. Okay, we will directly find everything in calculator. We want everything, right? I want P0 Q0, I want P1 Q1. Find it separately, da. Don't even bother which I should find first. Don't think that way. If you think that way, that time you will lose 5 or 10 seconds. Okay, first one, sigma P1 Q1 I am finding. Okay, sigma P1 Q1 means what? Which all values the 12 into 22. M plus, clear the memory and try. M plus 8 into 18. M plus 6 into 11 m plus 4 into 8 m plus then which button? MRC. How much are you getting for P1 Q1? Clear? Along with me and write. That is 12 into 22 m plus 8 into 18 m plus 6 into 11 m plus 4 into 8 m plus MRC. 506 sir? Huh? Yes, perfect. Now clear the memory and keep it. Then we are going to find, we also want some other value in the numerator. What is the next value we require in the numerator? Sigma P1 Q0. So find that value, P1 Q0. Whoever is needed in the numerator, you find it. P1 Q0. What is P1 Q0? 12 into 20. 12 into 20 m plus 8 into 16 m plus then 6 into 10 m plus 4 into 7 m plus finally what people? MRC. How much is it? Clear the memory. 12 into 20 m plus 8 into 16 m plus 6 into 10 m plus 4 into 7 m plus MRC. How much is that? 456. Huh? Yes. Then find the values required for your denominator. Clear the memory and keep it. That is sigma P0 Q1 you require. What is sigma P0 Q1? Sigma P0 Q1 is nothing but 10 into 22. 10 into 22 m plus then 8 into 18 m plus then 5 into 11 m plus then 4 into 8 m plus then MRC. How much is it people? That is 451. Okay. Similarly, sigma P0 Q0 we want, right? Find the value. Very easy. 10 into 20 m plus then 8 into 16 m plus 5 into 10 m plus 4 into 7 m plus then what? MRC. How much are you getting people? 406. Everyone got that? Once I got all these values, I'm going to find. Okay, Abdul, try again. So I'm going to try to get my value for Fisher. I know Fisher is what people? Root of Lappe and Pache. Correct? Root of what and what people? Root of Lappe and Pache is my Fisher. So Lappe is what people? Lappe is nothing but sigma P1 Q0 divided by sigma P0 Q1, sorry, P0 Q0 into what? 100. Pache is how much? Sigma P1 Q1 divided by sigma P0 Q1 into what? 100. Now, people don't write these formulas and all, you directly take it in calculator and do it. We know that values with P1 will be in numerator. Okay, keep that in your mind. P1 values will be in numerator, right? P0 value will be in what? Denominator. Keeping that in mind, you will directly find in calculator. That is P1 Q0. How much is P1 Q0? 456 into 100 into P1 Q1 is how much? 506 into 100 divided by P0 Q0 is how much people? 406 into 4 P1 P0 Q1 is how much? 451. The entire thing root 100 we have done already, right? Yes, inside the bracket itself we have done. 456 into 100 into 506 into 100. Then what people? Divided with 406 divided with 451. Then click equal to, click which button? Root. How much is 122? Yes, 122. Sorry, 112 or 122. How much you got? 112.25. See, if you approximate, what will happen? Another option is there nearby itself. Maybe that answer will be there. Okay, so don't approximate. Right up to perfect. Ganesh, good. Everyone got it. So it will be time consuming if you find everything. Think about it. What to do? Just find P1 Q1, P0 Q1. Then what else? All the other exact values you require. And P1 values will always be in numerator, P0 values will always be in denominator. So you will use calculator to directly find the answer. That's how you should do it for your examination. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you guys. Clear up? Pakka. Then online, I think we have done. Yes. I want to take you to one question where we can solve about, I think one question I missed up, all the questions I have done. I will go take you to workbook. So we can do one question from Marshall. We'll do one from Marshall. Marshall is little different, right? So we will talk about Marshall ones. Now where is my workbook? Nithin Quantitative Aptitude. Okay, fine. The last page we will go because mostly it will be there. Hopefully it is there. Yeah, it is there. Now I will just show you one question here itself. Okay. Now January 26 question is it. Okay. Which index number method uses current year quantity? Correct? Passe. Done. Fisher's ideal index is defined as dash of dash. Okay. That way. Rest of it we need to do accordingly. Which of this and this and that and are all very easy. We'll come back to the theory part. All the questions were theoretical in that attempt. Now, similarly, if I take you, look here. We need to find Fisher. They have given P0, Q0, P1, Q0. Then Passe is also given. So we will find Lappe. Then put the value, take the root. You are getting the answer. So similarly, people, we will always look at the question. Find the form. What is the formula for Fisher? In May 26 question. What is the formula for Fisher? Root of Lappe into Passe into what? 100. Correct? Now Lappe we know. What is it, people? P1 Q0 divided by P0 Q0. Then Passe is what, people? That is P1 Q1 divided by P0 Q1. So which option is the answer? Option A is the answer. Why? Because we took the 100 outside. So such a type of questions can come for examination. Okay. So I don't know whether you guys are getting how easy is this concept, because there will be questions like that in the future also. Now, if you go through one question, see, they asked this using simple aggregative method, SAPI. What was SAPI? SAPI is nothing but sigma P1 divided by sigma P0 into what, people? 100. Can we find it? Yes, everything is right in front of us. We can easily find the answer. But I want you guys to go through one question from 2021 where they asked Marshall's index number. Okay. So in that particular attempt, look here, they asked for Passe, they asked for Marshall's, they asked for what? Fisher. Separately, I asked for everything. Okay, we will find. Everyone, look over here. I want you to find Marshall's Egworth index number. First of all, what was the formula for Marshall? Yeah, I forgot to tell him second name. So usually what happened? Whoever does it, two people are there. Marshall is there, Egworth is there. But what happens? Only the first person usually will people say. So it is Marshall Egworth index number. Maybe in the future they can ask you like, using Egworth index number, get me the answer. That also is same itself. Okay. Marshall is nothing but, what is the formula? Sigma P1 into Q0 plus Q1 divided by summation of P0 into Q0 plus Q1 into what, people? 100. That was called as what? Marshall's Egworth index number. Now people, we require Q0 plus Q1. First we will create a new table here itself. I will find Q0 plus Q1. Q0 is given a current year is which one, data? Base year is 2000. So this one is what? Q0. This one is what? Q1. This one is P0. This one is what? P1. So Q0 plus Q1 is how much? 20 plus 22 is how much? 42. 16 plus 18 is how much? How much? 34. 34. 10 plus 11 is how much? 21. 7 plus 8 is how much? 15. I have Q0 plus, Q1 plus Q0. I have the value of Q1 plus Q0 or Q0 plus Q1. I have the value. Now people, we are going to take the numerator. Summation of P1 into Q0 plus Q1. That is what? Which is P1 value? 12. 12 into 42. M plus. Then 8 into 34. M plus. Then 6 into 21. M plus. Then 4 into 15. M plus. Then MRC button you click. How much is the value? How much? 3. How much? I should do it. 12 into 42. M plus. 8 into 34. M plus. 6 into 21. M plus. 4 into 15 M plus MRC. You are getting 962. Yes. Clear the memory and keep and find the value for the denominator. That is sigma P0 into Q0 plus Q1. Okay. What is sigma P0 into Q0 plus Q1? That is nothing but this value should be multiplied with 42. That is what 10 into 42 M plus P0 Q0 value. And I used to like P1 Q0. No, that is for, okay. This way you can do for what? This is for Marshall. We will do it this way in Marshall. Okay. Yes. Then 8 into how much? 8 into 34 M plus. Then who is there? 5 into, then 5 into how much? 21 M plus 4 into 15 M plus. Then what? MRC. How much is the value? 857. Everyone got it as 857. So we have both the values. Put it over there. Get me the answer. That is what? 962 divided by 857 into 100. Okay. 112.25. Which option is the nearest answer? Option A. So I have learned multiplied and the sum values, then sum of denominator. That's not required. We can easily find it in calculator. This is the better one. Okay. Yes. And depends, Samyukta. I mean, so you are okay. What you are telling? 1 second. Okay, fine. That depends. Accordingly, however we do, at the end we will get the answer. Yes, that's all. Okay. Yes. Done, we will. Got the point. This way we can do. We will get the answer. Then there was some previous year question. I will just show you one previous year question, people. Now I want to ask everyone. This one everyone knows, right? Price relative is what? P1 by P0. Into 100 is not given. So they are asking in decimal. Then we are going. Which of the following is taken by computing average of base year and current year? Which is coming with base year and current year? Marshall Eckworth. Base year and current year P0 plus, sorry, Q0 plus Q1 is taken where? Divided. That is taken in Marshall's Eckworth. Keep that in your mind. Okay. Marshall's Eckworth is the place. Then going back. So till here, everyone got the clarity? Everything is clear? Logesh, everything is clear? Then I want to take you directly to the next concept. So our content is done with respect to that. Then we have test of adequacy and that is also related to whatever we have learned till now. Okay, but I am keeping it late. We'll do it later. Later down the end we will do that. Now, I am going to ask you some more theory question. The theory content is like this, people. Consumer price index. What do you mean by consumer price index? It is also known as cost of living index. So people, what do you mean by cost of living? For example, you will ask me, so if I am in my rural area, in my rural village, in that village the cost of living is less, rent is less, everything is less, even food prices are less. But when I come to Chennai, the prices are more. Okay, why that difference is there? Many factors are there, demand, many factors are there. Now people, consumer price index is nothing but it is used to find, or basically it measures the average change in prices paid by urban consumer. Mainly we are considering what? Urban consumer. One such reason for considering urban consumers is in almost all the shop there is bill, and in our rural area every shop is having bill. Yeah, there is a bill. They will write 10 rupee, 30 rupee, add everything, we will write, and that way it was there. Yes, in my area and all it's like that. Now, people, it is a key economic indicator used to track what? Inflation. In order to track inflation, which of the following index can be used? Maybe a question, theory question can be there. Answer is what? CPI or Consumer Price Index. It is also called by another name, Cost of Living Index. that is also a previous year question. So likewise, you can get direct question from this. Then, what is the primary purpose of CPI? It is used to track what? Cost of living. And also it will also help us to track what? General rise in prices. These are the two things used for what people? CPI. Then, in CPI, we have a formula. CPI is given by sigma I W divided by sigma W. Now you will be like, sir, what is this I? Then what is this W? All these things, what is this? You will ask that question. Now, in order to explain this, till today there was no question, but still, in order to explain this, I will take one example. Now, people, you are going to make a biryani. Okay, now think about it. Yesterday, our red boy and pink girl got married, right? You remember? They got married. Then, after their marriage, one fine day, pink girl is there and she got a haircut also. Then, our red boy is there. Now, red boy is too much in love, okay? Red boy is like, okay, today, even though we got married, I want to impress her. That is the sole purpose, red boy. Red boy is like, today I'm going to cook a biryani for my girl. That's the thing red boy is telling. So, red boy is going to make a biryani. Okay. In the biryani, what all things are there, da? Rice is there. Then different spices are there. Then chicken is there. Then different gas is required. Gas stove is required. All the things are required. Now, people, my first question to you, some sound. Is it going to fall down? Yes. Now, the first question for everyone. So, biryani rice. Okay. Biryani rice. I will take basmati rice. Everyone knows basmati rice. But I don't like basmati rice. But basmati rice is there. Then, there is, what else we want? We want ghee. Okay. Then, there is something, dalda and all no. Okay. There is something called as oil is also there. Then, some more things like all these things are in an index. There is an index value. Let it be around 400. Okay. Let it be the 400 be the index value of basmati, ghee, oil and everything. Then people, along with that, there is another set of things he require. He requires chicken. Then he require chili powder, masalas are required. All the things are required. Then he required something like cashew is required. Everything is required. Then that is the second index now. Then third one is he wants gas. Yeah. Then he wants something like, for example, induction electricity. Let it be there. All these things are required. Yeah. Maybe induction stove he will be using. Okay. Gas got over. Okay. Yes. Now, then the thing is, let that be the third index number. Okay. Now he is going to make a biryani for pink girl after marriage. Now the thing is, while making, what all things he require mainly? They are telling the weight of basmati, ghee and oil. Let it be around, the weight he kept is around 5. Then chicken, masala and cashew, let the weight he kept be 6. Then gas and electricity, the weight we kept is 7. So how many different indexes are there? 3 different indexes are there. Then the weight of each is also given. Now, if the weight of this increase, maybe the masalas and everything will go down. If the weight of this decreases, what will happen? Maybe the flavor will not be there. Then if the weight of this also decreases, our biryani will not be proper. All those issues are there. So, our current year's CPI he is going to estimate. That is with IW. Sigma IW means what, people? So, index is there for basmati into 5, M plus. Index is there for all these things into 6, M plus. Then index is there for this into 7, M plus. Everything divided by 5 plus 6 plus 7 will give you what? CPI value. Now, think about everything in terms of cost. If this is costing some value, with cost, this will also be there. This will also be having some cost index. Based on that, we can find cost of living. Okay, that is the meaning of CPI. Okay, done. No, you were not there for the entire story, Samyukta. That's why. Yes. Yesterday they got married. You are not there. Yes. Right, they got married, right? Yeah, they got married yesterday. Yes. Okay, done. Purinjada. Sigma IW divided by sigma W. Angel got it? Yes. Anyone did not get this? So, which is the best measure or which is the measure of index number which is used to track inflation? CPI. That is what? Consumer Price Index. It is also called by another name. What is that name? Another name is called as Cost of Living Index. Now, when they got married to mingle, oh yeah, that's why. That's why they got married. That's why they are making biryani. Yeah. Now, here, Consumer Price Index is also known as what, people? Cost of Living Index. Okay. Yes. Cost of Living Index. This question and all, right now I will not do. We will do it on the way we will be doing, because I will teach you a shortcut to solve this question and get the answer within few seconds. Okay. Now, I want you guys to go to the next content. These are all theory. Okay. Yes. These are all theory. Deflated value. Deflated value means current price divided by current year CPI. Now, I will explain you what is deflated value. Okay. How deflated value works is, now people, have you seen this before? I'll just show you the picture. Then you will understand it better. So there is a picture. No, this is not the picture. Where is it? Yeah, this is the picture. Then, you understood? Parle-G, one child will be smiling in front of the cover. Yeah, Parle-G biscuit, that is the cover, right? Now, long back, when I was young, for 5 rupees, we were getting a Parle-G biscuit like this big. Okay, for 5 rupees, we were getting a Parle-G biscuit packet this big. Then, now also do you get Parle-G biscuit for 5 rupees? Yes, but how big? This big. Correct? Did they change the price? No, they did not change the price. Instead, they reduced what? Reduced the quantity. Then people, what is the basic reason for deflation? Then I will come to deflated value. The reason for deflation is mainly they will sell in smaller packages by keeping what? Or providing smaller prices. Sorry, smaller portion by keeping the same price. So deflated value is nothing but current price. For example, my Parle-G biscuit is costing currently 5 rupees. But the current CPI is costing around, like, let it be like 150. That is the meaning of deflated value. Then you will ask, so should I convert it into 100? Because CPI is already given in percentage, right? So I don't need to convert it into 100. But you can still, if you want to multiply with 100, the percentage will go off. That way you can keep. Purinjida. Done. So what happens now? The currency's value is going down. Or basically, I can buy lesser quantity with the same amount of money. That is the basic meaning of deflation. Good example. Everyone understood that. Yes. Now, many things are happening that way. I mean, over the period of time, all the things goes in that manner. It's okay. Then, now, one more topic. Then, I think after that we are having more theory part. Then if required, we can wind up early also because we are upfront than the morning batch. Okay.
So you don't take seating at it.
Today it's off.
No, she said you are yet to take.
No. She didn't know. She's not even concentrating.
Oh.
That is the thing. What happened was, when people, I mean, one major issue with students, what I have seen is, sometimes they will have difficulty in reading and understanding English. Because if English issue is there, logical reasoning is a trouble. And also, law is a trouble. Business law. Because without English, you will be having difficulty in writing. Logical reasoning also will be having trouble because we should read and understand the question. So, likewise, that problem is there. Similarly. Now, next topic is, people, splicing of index number. With that, we will wind up today's lecture. Splicing of index number means, now, We were talking about red boy and pink girl getting married, right? We will talk with that itself. So, red boy, previously getting married, red boy was a bachelor. Then, even our pink girl was a bachelor. Both of them were bachelors. Then, no. Okay, here, listen. Don't change the story. Now, red boy was having, he was having some of his, regular aspect. He was liking chicken biryani. Then he was liking what he liked to go out for a walk and all the things was there. Then people, something like he used to eat a lot of French fries. Everything he was eating. Likewise, he was there. Then pink girl is a health conscious person. Okay, very health conscious. She look for. If oil is there, she will not eat it. Likewise, pink girl is like pink girl doesn't eat only or pink girl only eats sprouts. Okay, sprouts. Then pink girl eat all the healthy food. I will add all the healthy food. Then gym membership, everything is there in our pink girls scenario. Now people, think about it. All this will have an index, right? For example, I am talking about petrol, diesel, then all the gasoline product together will have an index, right? Let it be there. Then there is another one. Sprouts, healthy food, gym, everything is having what? They are also having an index. Okay, people. Then one fine day, what happened? They both got married, right? Now, what will happen is automatically things need to be merged together. Red boy needs to eat chicken biryani, so that since red boy is eating, pink girl also will eat chicken biryani. Since pink girl goes to gym, even red boy will go to gym. He will also eat sprout. He will also be healthy. She will be walking. She might be eating French fries. Okay. So people, there are two different indexes. First index and the second index. Then together people, we are going to create a new index. What are we going to do? We are creating a new index with same base. That particular procedure of creating a new index with a common base is called as splicing. What do you mean by splicing, people? It's the process of constructing one continuous series of index number from two different index numbers series using a common base. Okay, that is the meaning of splicing. Now think about it. Commodity A, B, C, D, E, F was there. Okay, then I wanted to add a new commodity. Like example, I want to add Z to it. That process of creating a new index number is called as what? Splicing. All this will come under what? Splicing. Okay, everyone understood the meaning? So splicing means what? Creating a one continuous index number from two given index numbers. That is the meaning of splicing. I hope everyone understood this well and good. Done now? Yes. Okay, Samyukta. Done. Paka? Yes. Then rest of it we will discuss tomorrow. We will have very few topics. And all the things we will be learning using a shortcut and all. Tomorrow it will be sorted. Okay then people, I will send you the question paper. Are you guys ready for the test? Yes, be ready for the test. I will share the question paper.